Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to Opportunities for Functional Skills, English and Maths in FE. We've got a mix of people coming along today, general FE, adult community education, 16 to 18. We've got ESOL provisions. We've got everything for you, we hope. And if we haven't, let us know and we'll try and find some people to bring along to the next one as well. We're going to kick off this afternoon. I knew I'd say this morning. I said to myself, putting in the afternoon, you'll say morning, and I have done it early on. We're going to kick off this afternoon with a panel discussion. I've got three very exciting people who are going to share way more than I could possibly share about functional skills, English and Maths. I will just ask you some couple of favours for me, please. If you are joining us today, we'd love to hear what you're thinking. We'd love to hear how it's going. We'd love to hear any thoughts or questions. You can either pop those in the chat live on YouTube and we can watch those. You do need to hit subscribe just to get into that though. And also if you are on social media, the hashtag FEConnect, because that's what we're trying to do, is just connect everyone in FE together today, all around English and Maths, because literally everywhere, and you know, we can't really do what we do in FE without English and Maths, and we're here to really put that front and centre and say English and Maths is the backbone of FE. So I'm going to bring in my three amazing panelists. So we have Hollie, we have Emma, and we have David. Welcome along, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, so each of you bring different experiences, different points of view to what we're talking about today. I wonder if I could just trouble you all just to do a quick little intro of who you are and what your experiences are of functional skills or FE. Hollie, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Hollie. I am an English teacher and a teacher coach at a college in Cambridgeshire. So I've been teaching in FE for the last 4 to 5 years, and I teach GCSE and functional skills as well.
Awesome. Emma, do you want to chuck in next?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Emma Bell. I am a maths education support specialist for MEI. I started working for them back in August. Before that, I was the head of the Centre for Maths Excellence at Grimsby Institute. Worked in FE for a long time, and FE Maths is where it's at.
Absolutely. And David, a little bit about where you come from today.
Hi, I'm David Redden. I am from NCFE, an award organisation, education charity. And my role looks after functional skills, and I've been involved in the creation of the legacy and the reform functional skills. I've been through both journeys, and I can bring together a lot of experience from working with tutors and assessors in colleges and private training providers delivering the content.
Awesome, thank you. And we're really fortunate to have you here, and a big thank you to NCFE for supporting today, because if you didn't, we wouldn't be here, so thank you. We did ask people who were signing up if they had any questions before they came along today, and the first question was about technology, and I think I'll probably take that one a little bit later on, but it's about assessment and feedback. But the first question that I'd like to come to you with is, how do you best embed functional skills with nervous learners? Those nervous learners, how do you get them thinking about functional skills? Hollie, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So I think that it's all in the selling point of what functional skills is, especially in FE. So to me, I think that it's all about another chance for some of our learners that come from secondary school, come into further education. They've not either quite got the grade, or they're maybe quite far off that grade that they're aiming for. Not a pass grade, but let's say achievement grade or the Magic 4. So it's another opportunity for them to be involved in skills. And we talk a lot about, embedding numeracy and literacy across the college, but it's still being able to come away with that qualification. I think that's a real selling point for the qualification. And when we talk through and we break the skills down and what we're asking them to do, we're hoping that they can see it as much as we can see it as a functional thing. So it's more day-to-day routine stuff, writing letters, writing emails, things that they can use for employability skills. So in terms of embedding with nervousness, and try and get away from that assessment element immediately, before we even talk about anything. It's all about finding out who they are, and then we start to bring in that assessment. And I think when they see the amount of assessment, they think, oh gosh, like there's 3 elements to this. But the fact that they're much more succinct and concise in what we're assessing them on, it's a very different experience to GCSE.
Yeah, I think that's really useful and really informative as well. Emma, you were nodding along wildly. Hollie gave us an English perspective. You do a maths one for us.
Yeah, I think it's definitely those employability skills and those skills for life, by showing them that they can be more successful and have a more fulfilled life if they get these skills sorted. And it's all about almost doing them by stealth. You're right about the assessment and putting the assessment to one side for a bit, because it's all about building those skills and building those confidence levels. If they get those small little bits of success at something that they haven't had success with in the past, and you see that light bulb moment when they're working, that's how you build their confidence, with little marginal gains, just eking away and showing them what they can do.
Awesome, wonderful. Thank you for answering that. David, do you want to add on that one?
Yeah, I think it's very much, it is trying to normalise math and English. We're talking about it quite a lot. It's everyday stuff. It shouldn't be a specific, like we're going to talk about math today. It's bringing it into the environment, leading with the context as well. It's a really good one. You can bring maths and English in everything. It could be watching a music festival, who like what band, and then you start talking about different current affairs topics and bringing some maths in the background, so they're invested in the topic up front before they even realize you're talking about maths, and just bring it in that way, and just try to just normalize it, because it is literally from the point where we wake up in the morning, you set your alarm, you need to work out how much time you need to get ready, get to work or college. That's maths. It's just there everywhere, and likewise with English. And I think trying to just stay away, like Hollie and Emma both said, from the assessment at front, don't overburden them very early on. Just break it down into this. We're just going to talk about normal stuff here, and we're going to include the math and English en route. I think that's very important.
Yeah, just to draw on that as well, I remember one lesson. I love this lesson, so I'll talk about it all the time. But I had a group of very, very reluctant music specialists. So they were doing an arts course that had a lot of music, and we were looking at fractions. And one of them had a guitar on them. So we got the guitar and we started looking at the length of the string and what note changed, where we pressed it down on the bridge at different points. So if it's half, if it's quarter, but that's octaves. And I was like, yes, it is good. And all those connections coming together. And it's like maths by stealth. They were looking at fractions, looking at how it related to their context and their curriculum area. And they went away buzzing, not nervous about fractions. Whereas if I just put some fractions up on the board, they were going, whoa, I'm not going there.
I'm going to steal that, maths by stealth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to borrow that one. I'm going to borrow that one. Yeah, I think mine would like that one. Okay, so we've talked a bit about the benefits of functional skills and those nervous learners. I want to just have a quick question of why should we offer functional skills? Why should we offer functional skills as a qualification? We've got a GCSE. They've sat a GCSE already in 16 to 19. So why should we think about offering functional skills? David, I'll come to you first.
I mean, functional skills is, it's such a practical subject. For maths and English at GCSE, it's very much around the theory. It's very much applying the theory to the logic. Whereas functional skills gives them that life experience. It's almost, setting them up for handling, particularly in the 16, 19 range, you're on that cusp. Obviously, when you're 16, you think you can take on the world. You have a bravado about you, but the reality is you're very soon stepping into adulthood, and you're not equipped for that. And it just functional skills is perfect to bring that context-led everyday life solution into the arena for math and English, support those learners. Like their personal finance is an obvious one. It's something that still amazes me that we don't really cover that in schools in much detail. And it just applying, being able to write a report. One of the things that I saw really good, and I don't know if anyone from the college there, I think it was Exeter College, I went down and I had students who like, why do I need to do English and maths? That rise chestnut that you hear all the time. And, you know, down there, they wanted to be lifeguards. So why? I don't need math to be a lifeguard. And I actually took them down to the lifeguard centre, and the lifeguards were telling them, you know, we need that maths is involved in the rip tide. You know, you need to write a report if there's an incident. And it really broke it down to where math and English fit in that job. And the kids went away thinking, oh, I need to do math and English. And it was a really good way to break it down. So I think it has that opportunity there that really makes learners understand the need for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that example. I've learned so much. I'm going to steal all of these because we're not far from the coast here as well with some of our students as well. Hollie, why should we offer functional skills then? Like I said, we've got GCSE. Is it an extra thing or is it something completely different?
For some of our learners, students, it is an extra thing because they have just slipped through the net with their GCSE and they come on a level 1 course, or they can't go to the course that they want to go on. So we give them that additional opportunity to take almost like a stepping stone towards GCSE, especially for the English, where we have this level 2, which is a lot more closer now towards the GCSE spec, which has meant that the gap's not as big, but we have maybe a bigger gap elsewhere, which kind of shows that progression. But, you know, we talk a lot about that FE is the community, with the community surrounding the colleges. And it's about the needs of the community that we've got and the people that are coming into further education. And, you know, we can't say that we're just offering it to 16 plus, because 16 plus is our adult provision as well. And, you know, there is a need for it. We see many, many adult classes in lots and lots of colleges up and down the UK coming in, being sent by employers or wanting that second chance at opportunities to develop themselves, or because they left school when they were 16 and they didn't get this opportunity to get a qualification aside of a GCSE. So, you know, we've also got the other side of like apprenticeships where they're having to learn to, like David said, write reports or, you know, write professional emails, where they don't think it's part of their life in the minute on their apprenticeship course. But when they become these, you know, super successful plumbers and decorators that they'll remember their English teacher and give thousands of pounds to later in life, then, you know, we support them along the process. So I think that if we turned everybody away at the door without giving them an alternative, you know, then when we're doing a disservice to the rest of our learners, because not everybody will be able to get a GCSE or access to a GCSE.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. Emma, so is it a choice then for colleges? Because you obviously, the Centre for Excellence at Grimsby prior to your current role, how do colleges make that choice and how do you determine what the offer looks like?
There's a great big balancing act between looking for progress for your learners and looking for success for your learners. So there's that balance. Can we fulfill them getting a functional skills, or can we fulfill them getting that GCSE Magic 4? Or is a 2 at GCSE when they had a 1 before, is that enough progress? Is that showing that they've developed their mathematics? I think there's a big disconnect between GCSE and functional skills, in that GCSE is so much more theory based. It's that theoriness. It's almost abstract. I mean, they try to make contextualized questions, but they're all pseudo context. They're not real context. They're, you know, ones that the students can't connect with because they've got to go to such a broad variety of students. You know, how many are sitting GCSE? That context is so vital, and that's why functional skills works, because it gives them that maths in context. So from a college perspective, I think that the functional skills is a stepping stone, but for the learner's perspective, it's more than that. It's opening doors. Definitely, it's opening doors to their futures, for their lives, for their children's lives. You know, it's so much more than that. So much more than a GCSE can offer, which is so abstract.
I think as well, just from an English perspective, we have, you know, in further education, we provide those opportunities for learners to go through SEN departments and then join mainstream education. We build them up in various skills. So trying to explain the theory or the metaphoric side of some of the GCSE English and try and get them to look past the literal is really, really challenging. Whereas this, we're talking about very literal context, and although the contexts vary and we're opening them up sometimes our younger learners to a more mature context, you know, putting out bins or talking to the council, which they might not have done, it seems more realistic than some of the metaphors that they're looking at in GCSE.
I think that's absolutely fascinating. I was gonna share. So 1 year at enrollment, I mean, can all sympathise with feelings of enrollment. 1 year at enrollment, I was very tired, and a lady came in and said, "What are you here to do?" She went, "I want to improve my maths." I said, "Right, okay, well, here are your options." And she said, "Which one is going to help me explain maths to my grandson?" And it was a really interesting discussion we then had about if I could put her on GCSE and she'd probably be all right and it'd be familiar for her grandson. But actually, what her grandson needed was he had additional needs, and she needed to be able to explain maths in a much more concrete and way for him, and use visual representations and apply it to real life context. And so we decided we'd go functional skills, and she actually did functional skills level 1, level 2, and then I think she came back for GCSE higher in the end. She stayed with us until she was 76, so we kept her for a long time. And that's the thing, isn't it? It's about having the right tool for the right job. Credit to Nick Hart, who came up with that saying, that it's got to be right for the students. But then that also leads me on to the perception of functional skills, and I think it's important to tackle that as well, about what people think and feel about functional skills, and what is the perception of them, and what can we do about that perception. Emma, I'll come to you first on this one.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a feeling that functional skills aren't as rigorous as GCSEs. That if I've got a functional skills level 2, that's equivalent to a GCSE. It's a conversation that has to be had with employers. That not often employers, they look for those GCSE results. They see a functional skills level 2. I think, well, that's not really maths, is it? Yeah, it is. It's all about that, educating everybody as to what functional skills is and what it's added to the learners, and what skills functional skills adds to the learners for employability. I was looking at, I collect old maths books, and there's one I've got from the 1920s that talks about what employers want from maths, and what employers want are those functional skills. And this was in 1920, and they were talking about making sure that they could add things up properly, that they could work with percentages accurately. You know, all those functional skills that we see in level 1, level 2, all the way through, they wanted in 1920 as well. So bringing that in and making sure that those employability skills are there, that's what's important, and making sure that the employers value that we're not teaching them abstract stuff, like I was saying before. We're teaching them things that are going to make them a better employee for you.
Wow, 100 years of wanting functional skills, and that's the progress we've made. We'll come back to that discussion another time. David, the perception of functional skills then, what are the challenges out there, and what are your thoughts, and what are NCFE doing about some of those perceptions as well?
I think there's different perception from different from a learner point of view, from an employer, and from a delivery point of view. From a student point of view, some of them, particularly apprenticeships, it's seen as necessarily evil, where they've got to try and get through gateway in a dependent, and it improves the motivation sometimes to push them through, whereas others, want to learn them practical skills. It's a way where they feel they might be betrayed by mainstream education in the early years, and they've been banished to the naughty class or whatever, and now they've got a chance to believe again. But from the sector and from employers, I think it should be viewed that you've given your learner strong confidence. Someone with a functional skills has got a strong confidence in practical skills, and we often have these conversations with employers. You see the job advert must have 4 GCSE, 3 A levels, what have you. But what are you actually looking for? What are you hoping to find out from that? Because someone with a level 2 functional skills has probably got a lot more practical skills than someone who's gone through GCSE. So is it just you want that basic numeracy and literacy skills, then functional skills learner at level 2 is more than equipped for that. And I think it just still, we had this all around the reform and what that perception about functional skills what do. I think there's a strong argument from the government to support it better. I don't think it's pushed forward in a positive light. Every time we talk about functional skills in the main domain, it got negative tone towards it, and I think we need to embrace what this qualification is. We need to unleash it for everyone. Remove I'm going to be controversial here, I suppose, but remove the GCSE condition of funding for research. A qualification should be something that suits the learner. Now, it may be that GCSE suits that learner, and that's fine. That's absolutely the right thing for that learner. But sometimes it might be the functional skills route. It's going to be the best, and to remove them from that cycle of failure on resets that we see so often. And I just think, there's more to be done, and having conversations like this and having events like this that promoting functional skills is certainly a step in the right direction.
Who's voted for David for Prime Minister? I hear there's a vacancy soon. Hollie, what about you and the perceptions from an English point of view? Is it from a maths point of view? It's certainly looked down on for us. What is it like from an English point of view?
It's very mixed from only people that I've spoken to, in different colleges and across the UK, but it's a very mixed bag. Some people just teach functional skills, and that's what they're here to do, and they think it's an absolutely brilliant qualification. There are other teachers who don't want to teach it because they don't believe that it has any value. And like David and Emma were just saying there, it's all about, again, it comes back to this kind of sell point where we're having to sell it to learners because we're having to sell it to everybody else beforehand. If we can change our mindset, like we're trying to get learners to change their mindset about qualifications, then we'd have a much more positive approach to functional skills. But if we just had a one size fits all, like we're saying the GCSEs are, then we would be saying there needs to be another qualification out there. There is another qualification out there. It's functional skills. So why are we not backing it, and why are we not behind it a bit more? It tends to be the content that people are maybe unsure of, but then that's where, if we worked on functional skills and we're having more and more teachers involved in functional skills, we can get more feedback and pass it back to people like David at NCFE and the other awarding bodies. So it's all about giving it a chance, I think, before we make these decisions, and switching all this mindset about maybe it's not fit for purpose, or it's not fit for their learners, because there are so many different types of learner that we see. We have to be thinking about a broad spectrum and not just what's within our community.
Yeah, fabulous. And right on cue, Isla's joined us. So I'm going to bring Isla in now. And Isla brings us an ESOL perspective as well. And we were just talking about the perception of functional skills. What's it like from an ESOL perspective about functional skills? Are they as valued as GCSEs? Are they not as valued? Or what does the journey look like for ESOL with functional skills?
Well, it's complicated because I think they are valued, particularly at the higher levels now. They're treated as sort of qualifications to give people access to further education and higher level courses. I've been teaching functional English to ESOL students for a while, and then we recently moved back to ESOL. But with our higher level learners, they were keen to stick with the functional English because it was a more nationally recognised qualification. It was like it gave them that sort of gateway into other vocational courses at college, certainly. Also, I just think it's a way better qualification than GCSEs for adults, for learners that are retaking. It's much more accessible. I was listening a little bit into you whilst I was travelling in, and I agree, really. I just think it's not much more straightforward, but it does what people need for work and life. You don't need to be an expert on literature to work, work wherever, work at the train station, work in a shop, be whatever but you do need good English, and functional English does that for you. So mixed, because I still love ESOL qualifications.
Fab. No, it's really useful, and like I said at the beginning, we're trying to cover all the breadth of FE today, so it's a really interesting perspective to bring in. So I'm gonna skip forward in a couple of questions, and I'm going to go to about support for functional skills teachers. What support do teachers of functional skills need? How do we give them that support? And I'm probably going to come to David first because he's here from an awarding body, but how do the awarding bodies see their position in supporting teachers? And then I'll come round to the rest of us after that. So David, do you want to take that first?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the easiest response would be sort that back out in what support do people in sector need. But I think that's what we try and do in NCFE. We'll go out to customers, virtually now. We used to be able to do face-to-face and sit and understand how they are doing their delivery. But I think it's important just to recognise, I think what Emma mentioned before, that one size doesn't fit all. It's like many different ways of teaching. There's many different experiences. What you see, we've gone through where people have done the English math specialist and will do proper English math tests, embedding it into the vocational body, and you change across different things. And in one organisation, we've got to acknowledge that we're working with an extremely diverse workforce and a learner demographic that are both delivering and studying functional skills. So, for example, from a college point of view, you've got those math and English tutors, but then you go out to an apprenticeship provider, and it's someone who, delivering health and social care, who've barely got the English themselves. So what we're trying to do is put building blocks in place. We're trying, give it much support. We've got a provider development team who are there to support tutors and assessors from colleges, from providers across the board, just to give them that confidence, give them that outlet to go, because there's many challenges and many barriers. And sharing that best practice is often the best way. Again, events like this where experience of understand how other people approach, and it just could be a little thing that you take away from today and you embed it in your delivery, and it'll make such a big difference. And it doesn't have to be that every single thing we say is a winner for you. It's just that little thing. If you can take one little thing away from today and embed it in your delivery and make it a success, then this is worthwhile. We've done our jobs, I think. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but it's
no, it does. Sorry, I was clicking buttons and I can't multitask today. I'm going to come to you next, Emma, because I first met you when you were sharing wonderful best practice across the sector. So thinking about supporting functional skills maths teachers, what is it that they need, and what are the foundations of good support, I think?
Oh, it's almost parallel to what we're giving the learners. So it's about empowerment and confidence. So it's about making sure that the teachers have the confidence, the tutors have the confidence to deliver by giving them what they need, in just the same way as the tutors need to be giving the learners what they need to make progress in their maths. And as David was saying, it is very individualized. Everyone's got their personal pedagogy. They all teach in different ways. And it's about that enthusiasm and letting people know that they're not alone. And I think that sharing good practice, that tenet there is, it's about knowing that people aren't an island. You may feel like you're on your own when you're off delivering maths an apprenticeship and you've driven up in your car, and the only place that you can do it is in your car on your laptop with your apprentice. It's about giving you confidence to know that you've got enough resources, that you can pull on anything, but you can also ask questions of other practitioners as well, and sharing practice and sharing reflections as well. So not just all the successes, but the reflections on what hasn't gone well, and using people's experience to push themselves even further so that things can go right next time.
Yeah, fab. Great examples there. Hollie, what about you for support for functional skills teachers? Rachel's come into the chat with a comment as well. And she's saying about opportunities and studying at a higher level. Hollie, what support do functional skills teachers need from your point of view?
Just to say that I did a fantastic course with Rachel on functional skills. She led a level 5 course on functional skills, and it was brilliant. It was so informative. It broke it down right to the core about, all the standards. And, as ever, teachers don't have time. That's the reality. It's the biggest thing that we have. So teachers always need more time. And I think that anything we can do to support one another, as everyone's been saying so far, is always greatly appreciated. But those things like sample answers, seen a comment. Sample answers are a great thing to be using in lessons, whether you're standardizing marking or you're trying to get to grips around what it should be looking like in terms of an English piece of writing, or whether you're wanting something just to show to your learners, this is what you're aiming for. This is something different. So you're giving them the differences between what they're getting in lesson and then also what else people are doing out there. So it also gives them a bit of balance as to, okay, well, I can do that. I can get on board with that. But in terms of, anything else, sharing good practice is the greatest resource we've got. Teachers are each other's greatest resource. And, if we can share across Twitter or meet up with other people and make those connections, then it takes the burden off you as an individual, you know, you can ask those questions like Em was just saying. But I think that we need to take more time as well with training in functional skills in departments and in, you know, across colleges really, because we're just chucking people into functional skills groups, or they're being chucked in late, or they're, you know, chucked in too early. But also, you know, we have to make sure that the teachers that are in the classrooms are confident with knowing what they're doing. And it takes time to learn a syllabus, and it takes time to get to grips with what you think makes a good answer. And, you know, every year, I'm sure every one of us will say, you know, every year I learn something new about how to go about something, or you learn like a different context thing. I've never even thought to try that in the classroom, and that's a winner. So, you know, we are each other's greatest resource at the end of the day, I think.
Absolutely, Holly, and I'm going to say it. You could listen to our podcast. Our podcast is a great weekly thing that you could listen to, isn't it, Hol? Holly does the English, I do the maths. Everyone will be pleased to know that we don't do it the other way around. It'd be a disaster if we did. But Isla, what about you? Because I know you've got your fab YouTube channel with all your videos as well. What is it that teachers look for in support when they're looking to teach functional skills, do you think?
Well, excuse me, sorry. I really wanted to echo a lot of what Holly and Emma and David were saying. Like, firstly, about the qualifications, definitely. I mean, it was making me think back to when I first started teaching, and that was when it was funded to do a PGCE as a specialist in ESOL, and I got the opportunity then after that to do a level 5 subject specialism in literacy. So qualifications and training is really important. Funding's really important. Funding the subject properly so that people can actually have the time to study it, that's really important. How valued it is internally in college as a subject, as it should really be valued as much by other teachers and students as a valuable subject that's just as important as, say, a vocational area or main course. I'm always drawn back to connections, and as I'm looking back on like my lifespan as a teacher, I'm like, I would have loved to have had the connections that we've got now. When I first started teaching, I felt so on my own. I was qualified teacher, but you get thrown into, I was an ESOL specialist, but you get thrown into key skills, functional English, anything with English name on it. And once you're in those classes, you're on your own in those areas with the business students or the hair and beauty students who all do not want to be studying English. And just to have a network of support and someone to call out to and say, hey, what are you doing? What do we have to do with that? Other than your little team at the college or institution, that would be amazing. So I think support now that we have via Twitter, via social media, the way people share resources, it's just amazing. You're not all starting it from scratch, and that's really, I want to show a little bit of that when I'm talking later as well.
Yeah, I'm excited. Isla's told me some wonderful things. I'm very excited. Just coming across the bottom as well is FE Connect sits on its own as a repository, a place where you can add your own name, what your specialism is, your own hashtag that you engage with, whether you're English or maths or vocational and you're looking to embed English and maths. But you can also search for other people. So you could search for ESOL in the hashtag and you can find other people that you might want to connect with. And everyone's shared their information on there, be it their social media, their YouTube channel, or be it their blog or whatever it is. So do please think about building those connections as we go through today as well, because I think everyone sort of echoed the same, that teachers are the best resource. It was Holly that you coined it, wasn't it? Teachers are the best resource for each other as well. I'm going to ask a practical question now. I'm going to ask a question about guided learning hours, not to be boring, but I think it's an important point to bring up as well. So the guided learning hours went from 45 to 55, okay? Is that enough? But how do we know if it's enough? So is it enough, and how do we know if it's enough? Are we hearing from students that it's not enough? Are we hearing from students it's too much? What are we hearing? Holly, you first for me.
I feel like I'm on the fence. I don't like being on the fence. But, you know, it's as a teacher, it's never enough. You want to teach them all the time. You could, you know, especially in those evening classes where they go so quick and you've got much more students than adult students who are super duper keen, and they're, you know, jumping in, they're like, can you mark this, can you do this, can you do this, and you just want to keep going. But in terms of in the day, I don't, you know, when I teach mainstream, maybe for 16 plus, I don't think it's enough guided learning hours. I think that the 3 hours are there for GCSE to access the content, but we still need that for functional skills as well, because not everything can be done. And I always think in a lesson, 5 minutes at the start to get everybody in and sat down and tame what is there, and then 5 minutes at the end is you wrapping up. So you lose almost 10 minutes every lesson. But again, I suppose that's how you're timetabling it at your institution. We do single hours because it works better for our students. We found that we get much more engagement within that 50 minutes where they are in the classroom, as opposed to a 2-hour block.
Isn't that interesting? Isla, what's it like where you are?
It's similar. It's a lesson a week, and I was just doing a bit of maths. I was embedding some maths while you were talking there, guys, and I was working out what 55 hours divided by like 34 weeks of the year would be, and it's like just over an hour and a half if you were to do that. And I think a lot of colleges certainly just do that hour lesson a week. That's 1 hour for 34 weeks a week to pass a qualification that maybe you really, really struggled with in school and didn't understand, or maybe you haven't studied for a really long time and have no clue about. It's not enough. And I don't want to say that because it's never enough, like, because we always want more, but it's just not an appropriate amount of time. We should have more flexibility for something which is considered an essential skill that everybody needs to progress and develop themselves as people and in the workforce. Then we need more time, more funding.
Right. Isla might be joining my campaign for Prime Ministers that's happening. David, before I elect you, what are your thoughts on the guided learning hours?
Yeah, that it's always a difficult one. I remember part of the reform and the rules, there was very little consultation on this in terms of how that number came about. I think, it's that one size doesn't fit all thing again, and this is where probably initial assessment diagnostic can help as well, because different learners are coming in at different levels, particularly the past couple of years that we've just had, where that loss of learning, we've gone through the CAGs and tags, and some learners may come into college with that grade 4 or grade 5. However, they've got key areas of the learning that they missed, and I think it's just important to understand where the learner is on that journey. And that will help, if you have a restriction on the hours that you can deliver to those students, you can almost tailor it a bit more personalized learning and target on the area that they need to work with. And I find it helps with engagement as well, because you're not repeating the stuff that already know. You're focusing on the new stuff that they need to know. Is 55 hours enough? I've seen someone pop in there, sorry, I can't remember who it was, saying that not for math, and I think that a sentiment that's shared across the board. I think the reform of functional skills maths is seeing a much greater demand with the subject content dropping down from GCSE into that. It's certainly something across all award organisations we are talking about is the struggle with the new maths reform. So I would see that as something that probably you would need to do more. The general feedback I get is that we need more hours on maths than we do for English. And it linked to the F word again, the funding. It's like, we need to support these qualifications properly. We need to, we talk about math and English being important and wanting to be up there in the PISA charts and being the best. We're not going to get there on peanuts. We've got to invest in English and math. It's a core skill that all other parts of education build on. If your learners have got the English and math skills, they are more likely to progress in other areas of their education and their other areas of work and in life. So I think we need to be having a serious conversation about that and what we actually want from this. And I think that links in. If we got more money invested, then we could spend more time with the kids to give them a better chance in life.
I think that's 100%, and I think that's staggeringly true as well. I was reading the Learning and Work Institute report again this week, just because I love it. I can't remember why. But 48% of students who return to college to study maths go on to further study. So pretty much half. 48% are going to carry on studying because they find that love of studying because they come back to college for their maths. And so we need to probably invest in that journey a lot more as well, don't we? Emma, I'm coming to you then on the guided learning hours debate. Mars said not enough hours. She didn't really elaborate. Do you want to elaborate a bit more?
Well, no, it's right. I mean, it's the goldfish thing, isn't it? That basically, you can make it fit as many hours as you've got, and the problem, as David was saying, is that the learners have had such a varied journey to us, whether they're adults, whether they're 16 to 19, wherever they are, and they've all got different gaps. So saying, right, you've got 55 hours to learn everything that you need to learn, it's not enough. It's not enough, and that's when tutors start having to make decisions about what to cover and what not to cover and what's important, and they start to have to really think about what's vital for their learners and vital for the qualification, rather than thinking about it more holistically. It's like they haven't got the freedom to really cover stuff. So touch the surface, right, I've covered that, I'm on to the next thing, covered that, I'm on to the next thing, when really what you really want to do is really get to grips with it and really work on it with the learner so that it's properly embedded, so that they can master it and move on and use it again. So 55 hours is not enough.
Wonderful. You might get elected too. I'm forming a cabinet here. And I just want to pick up on Amanda's question in the chat, and I'll open it to anyone who wants to answer this, because I know we've not prepared for this one. But do you think that the fact that teaching maths and English in FE isn't regulated has a role to play? And when we were talking about the support for teachers and the funding, what I think, from my point of view, FE is the most welcoming place in the world. Whatever your route to college or your route to teaching, you are absolutely welcomed. But I think there might be something in this regulated about teaching the English and maths and the levels of qualification that might determine the levels of support that are needed. Emma, you're on the long, so I'll come to you.
Yeah, I get it. I keep seeing all these parallels with everything, but it's the parallels with the tutors and the students again. Everybody's had a different journey to being in front of those students, and whether it's you've gone through a cert ed, whether you've done petals, detals, or whatever they're called now, whatever courses you've done, you've got a certain level that you can work from, and it's the same for the learners. So support really does have to be tailored, and quite often it's in-house. So the in-house support is what's looked at. And I know the Centres for Excellence were looking at sustainability and empowering teachers to keep going and giving them the skills that they need. And it is really tricky because of those different levels, the differentiation, just like with the learners.
Yeah, I think petals, dessel, there's so many routes into teaching, and we welcome everyone, and that sustainability is key. I remember we sent all our functional skills maths teachers on a 2-day course, job done, box ticked, woohoo. There was no differentiation for where everyone was starting in their journey and how we needed to map that journey out for them. So we're just about to wrap up on this one then, but I just wanted to ask all of you just one last time, because we didn't actually ask this question, we just talked around at the beginning. But for you, in a very succinct way, what is the benefit for you, if you were going to sum it up, what's the benefit for you in offering your students functional skills? Doesn't have to be versus GCSE, but what is the benefit for you in offering functional skills to your students? What are they going to take away? What are you going to give them that they can then take forward by offering them that functional skills? Hollie, because I know you best, you're going to go first.
Oh, I was trying to think of all the words there. Accessibility and a chance, trying again, starting again. So
perfect, love it. Emma.
Empowerment.
Oh,
there you go, one word, empowerment.
Good word. Isla.
A qualification that's relevant to their needs.
Yeah, love that. And then David.
I see everyday life skills and transferable skills that will support in all aspects of life.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's been amazing. Thank you all very much. I can't believe that 45 minutes is almost absolutely flown by. Thank you for joining us today. If you don't have your Twitter handles in, Emma, you don't, and David, you don't. So Emma, I'll come to you first. Do you want to just shout out your Twitter handle or where people can connect with you?
Yeah, my Twitter handle is ltombray on Twitter.
And then David, yours?
Just had check there, at David Redden 13.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. I think a really important discussion about what it is that people who are teaching it, people who are working in the awarding organisations, people who are supporting teachers teach it, of the length and breadth of functional skills in FE. So thank you very much.
you.
I'm going to kick everyone out now. Here we go. How quickly can I do my buttons? There we go. I can kick out like, there you go. I can do my buttons like that. So if you are watching us live or you're watching us recorded, you're very, very welcome. Please add comments in the chat. You can see we can bring them up on the screen and you can add to the discussion and we'll reframe things as we go along. We really want this event to be for you and to help and support you. So we are going to go now to Isla and Hollie, who are going to do a live podcast record for us, if I can get my words out. And so Hollie and I do a podcast called E&M Booth. You can find us at e-m-booth.site. It's easier to write than to say, I've learned. And you can find us there. And we do a short 15-20-minute podcast every week, just all about hints and tips, talking to anyone in FE. So if you teach maths or English in FE, you might want to come on our podcast and you can sign up on the website as well. So I'm going to bring these two back and I'm going to disappear and I'll see you again a little bit later. There you go, ladies, all yours.
Thank you. Hello. Thanks to everyone who's joined us today. So people listening to this will be thinking, what's going on when they're listening to it back on Anchor or wherever you listen to us. But my name's Hollie, and if you've just joined us, we're joined today with Isla. Isla, you've not introduced yourself yet, so go for it.
Okay, hi, my name's Isla. I'm an ESOL and an English teacher in FE, in an FE college in the West Midlands, and I do some writing and training as well as that. And you can find me on Twitter at Isla Flood. So that's me.
Cool. So today, Isla's here much longer than I am. She's here doing a double special, but we wanted to just talk to have a chat between us really about some of the top tips that we've pulled out of our experiences of functional skills, but we're going to do it a bit differently. We've not got a presentation. We've gone a bit rogue, haven't we?
Yes. Yeah. Well, we're not rogue, Hollie, not rogue. It's like, it's game show-esque. It's Wheel of Fortune.
So what we're going to do, rather than going through a presentation slide of everything, we thought it'd be really fun to test ourselves as well. But we have our Wheel of Fortune, so hopefully you can see that on the screen. So wherever it stops, we're just going to talk about it today. And we'll spin it, and we'd absolutely love to hear what you think when we land on these topics. If you're watching on YouTube, do pop a comment in. We can see your comments on our little side screen there, and I'm sure Sammy will be popping them up as we go along. So shall we spin?
Yeah, let's spin. Oh, I feel like a glamorous assistant. Right.
Where did we land?
Oh, it feels like it's right in between. I'm going to go for spelling, yeah?
I think it's spelling, yeah. Do you want to kickstart then?
Oh, right. Okay. So top tips for spelling in functional English. Right. One of the things that I learned a while ago now from a trainer that came in was a lot of people struggle with spelling and they feel really nervous about it and are embarrassed about it. And one of the things when you're remembering new spellings is it's good to write it. And he recommended that you just give the learner some scrap paper or a Post-it. When they ask you to spell a word, you say, right, you have a go first. And you just give them that little scrap of paper and they try and write it. And then you can help them sound them out. Because it's on that scrap bit of paper, it doesn't matter if they get it wrong. It's not on their nice finished work. And that really helps them build their confidence to have a go and try it like that. So that's an idea I've got. Have you got any ideas?
Yeah, just to touch on it a bit as well. I think that spelling is one of the challenges that we see across the breadth of functional skills, isn't it? Whether you're entry level or whether you're level 2, we still see the spelling challenges. And I think there's this real anxiety around English as well. There's a lot of maths anxiety that's had a lot of study into it, but there is a lot of, don't worry, the wheel's got a mind of its own. It's just ready to move. So, there is a lot of English anxiety, and a lot of that is putting pen to paper, isn't it? Like you say, we have all the thoughts here. We can verbally explain really confidently, but when it comes to actually lifting the pen and putting it down, there's a real block. So I love that idea of putting it down on a piece of paper, because that piece of paper goes away in the bin, and it's another copy. Spelling, we've started doing a lot of spelling tests. I don't want to use the word test, but lots of practice spellings, you know, and we're able to embed some of those vocational words in there, which has proven to be really, really positive, because things that are coming up, you know, like within their assignments, or words that as key terminology that they're having to use day in and day out within the classroom, we can bring that in and kind of hide it amongst the other spellings that we're trying to get them to do. So we've definitely seen some improvement with the utilisation of the spelling practice, and that's at level 1, level 2 as well.
Well, yeah. Oh, sorry, I was just going to interject, because now we've got these spelling tests in the entry level exams. It came as a bit of a shock, because all of a sudden you're having to prepare your learners in a very specific way. But what I was going to say is, whilst actually a lot of my learners love the old fashioned, you know, get your pens out, write number 1 to 10, there are other ways that you can do it. Like, I think if I were teaching adults, I wouldn't necessarily be doing that. I would be doing, I made some spelling tests on OneNote where I read out the spellings on an audio file, and then learners put the spellings into a form, and then you can collate the results privately and then have a record of the spellings without everyone having to share their results, that kind of thing. That's what you want to get away from. That's what people have sort of been scarred from in the past, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. The other top kind of little thing that I have in my classroom is Scrabble cards, like little Scrabble tiles. And I decided I'd make my own in all different colours, because that was just an aesthetically pleasing thing for me. So, you know, all the people are like, I want pink or I want yellow, which is good, because it supports that, you know, meeting needs of learners as well, who see on different coloured paper. So Scrabble pieces are really great to try the spelling out beforehand, before they write it down, or also to try and make some new words, or words that they think are words, and then you go through that kind of discussion. Okay, well, actually that's not the word. Or when we talk about, you know, maybe words that are overgeneralized, so we're correcting grammar as well as we're correcting spelling with those Scrabble tiles. But
I love that idea, Scrabble tiles. That's great. I used to do like Boggle on the board at like the start of a lesson as a warmer, where they'd have to sort of you know, make words out of the letters on the board and things like that. I always think spelling tasks, anagrams, things like that at the start of a lesson, it doesn't have to be a full focus, but something you can just build in as a little puzzle to sort of make the learners a bit more curious about what they're going to study that lesson.
Definitely. Shall we spin again?
Let's spin. Oh, I love getting the power to press the button.
Where are we going to land? Oh, tips back to revision.
Do you want to start on this one?
Yeah, revisions I find personally quite a challenging topic. If we're looking at trying to get students to revise, especially our mainstream study pathway students, it's a real challenge, because their mindset is a mindset that sometimes we all want at work, which is I come in at 9, I leave at 4, and I'm done, and I'm learning between those hours. And really, you're trying to encourage that extra learning outside the classroom, if they could revise at home. So we have to bring a lot of our revision in terms of let's say for writing. I mean, I'm a real big believer of a massive workshop, lots of activities that they can go and write, practice, you know, and we're doing that instant feedback, self-assessment, and putting students in the place of an examiner or a marker. They just absolutely love, don't they? You know, they think that they've got the power to fail somebody in their class or pass somebody in their class. But there's something I think about really breaking down a mark scheme and bringing that in quite early on, so that they get to grips with what we're saying with our terminology as much as what they're trying to understand it. The other thing is as well is getting them to write questions, because then they understand what they're going into in the exam. You know, we're always trying to think of the most relevant topics, and sometimes our minds just go, don't they? You know, sometimes we can't think, but they can tell us. So getting them to write a question and then either testing themselves on it or testing their friend or their peer in the classroom on it has always been quite a successful way. What about you?
I love that. I've never thought of getting the students to actually write their own questions, but of course that is like mastery, isn't it? So fantastic idea. I mean, I love like I teach a lot of entry level, so I try to include lots of repetition and revision through like quizzing, like using quizzes and Kahoots in class that cover the main main topics. Also, like what you said about the criteria and making sure the learners understand right from the beginning what they're being assessed on and what they're being expected to do, modeling those things as well so that they can see it and then they can have a go at it, and then providing them with the resources, because we don't have all the time in the world to help them with revision, but we can signpost them to things. So signposting them to really cool, great websites like you know your BBC Bite Size is doing functional skills now, other websites I'll show you later, and then those great CGP books, like I think they're perfect if you've got keen learners that want to practice at home to, you know, copy out pages of that or recommend that they borrow those books. They're fantastic for revision, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, again, going back to our adult learners who are super keen at wanting to do revision. That's not to say our pathway students aren't, but our adult students are always the ones that want more practice, or they want, you know, you to give them more things. So sometimes we can run out of practice sets or ones that we've written. So those CPG books they're really good, and they break it down in a lovely way where they show them, and then it's just very much you get on with it in a kind of scaffolded way.
Right, I'm going to eliminate that one so we can spin again.
Where are we going to go?
We could have our own TV show, Hol. It'd be amazing.
We could do this weekly.
Yeah. Oh, multi-level classes. I feel like I spent my life teaching multi-level classes.
Go on.
It's very normal practice in FE, certainly, I think, to have multi-level classes, particularly on program of study thing. Well, like when I was teaching ESOL, we'd always have mixed levels. We don't have a huge ESOL department, so you've got to have mixed levels. When you're teaching across college in vocational areas, you tend to have a mix of levels. So it is the norm, and I think what do I want to say? What are my top tips? Oh my god, differentiate.
It's so natural now. You're just on autopilot.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's just an autopilot thing for you to be
I
doing.
think my key phrase, this is what I love to put on a scheme of work, is differentiation by outcome, because actually that enables the teacher to not well, that sounds terrible, but it's easier for the teacher in that way. If you've got tasks that are open-ended, so you're expecting some people to answer at sentence level, where others to be doing paragraph, fully tasked, like offering extension and stretch tasks. So you've got the core skills for everybody, and then you've got opportunities to write further and more openly at the end. I mean, I must do tons, but right at this second, I cannot think of great examples. Holly, help me out.
I would say that in terms of this, don't be afraid. This feels like an actual formal tip. You know, don't be afraid to split your group up into those different levels, and don't be afraid to get them working in those working groups in your lesson. So you might be doing writing, and you might have a mixture of entry 3 and level 1. So those two different groups of learners within your lesson are going to be aiming towards, like you say, different outcomes. The different word, you know, if they're doing writing, they're writing a different word level, but they're also writing a different amount of words. So don't be afraid to split them up in the class and get them working on separate things. You know, differentiate that question, and you can be giving your level 1s a more independent approach, so they're getting on with stuff while you're supporting your entry 3, and they've maybe got a kind of scaffolded guideline of how they should start and finish things. Same with the reading questions. You know, split them up, give them different reading questions, but the more higher level ones to your higher level students in the classroom, and then you're utilising both their skill sets. So, you know, there's some fantastic sheets on Skills Workshop, isn't there, that highlights what level those questions are. So you could split those to your entry 3 and the other ones to your level 1, but you're coming together to kind of develop a context around that particular text. Something that I find really interesting, I was talking to someone the other day who does have a real range. They have entry 1 through to level 2. I thought, wow, that's a real challenge. But that is the reality of sometimes what we're dealing with in classes, isn't it? It's a real reality of, you know, not having the staff, or maybe they're not able to split the group, or, you know, maybe sometimes they're showing a higher level than what they've been assessed at is another thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and particularly like in community where you don't have the option to put people in a different class, you've just got to work with what you've got. I always think that if you can take a broad topic, so the lesson has the same theme, then you can build in like differentiated activities within it. Also, like, you don't have to always be doing separate activities. You could have a set of questions, and 1 to 5 are for your entry 1s, 5 to 10 are for your entry 2s, and, you know, 10 to 15 are for your level 1s. And then that enables everyone to have a go at everything if they want to, which is the way we're going now, isn't it? We've been told not to put, you know, all, some, and on our objectives. So everyone has the opportunity to do as much as they can and want and are able to. So it's difficult, but like I don't think you should get stuck in trying to plan little separate lessons for everyone in the same class.
No, not at all.
You've got to blend it, haven't you?
Yeah.
And
it's
remember, a tricky one.
That peer teaching is really valuable, especially if you've got maybe a really reluctant learner who is maybe a lower level than their friend, and that learner will sit with that learner regularly in the lesson, and they can really bring them up to speed, or they can really support them in the class. But stretch and challenge is really, really crucial as well. So things like having a challenge chart, or like a writing chart. So particularly within, I would say, like level 1 and level 2, you're breaking away from the different types of writing that they have. So I might have different levels of what I want them to complete. So the bottom task might be a reading task, which leads into a high level reading task, which then leads into a writing task. So they've got something they can be getting on with.
Yeah, great ideas. Right, let's pick another one. It'd be great if we had interactivity. We could take someone from the audience to spin. Sadly, we can't.
Bring them in. Where we go?
A broad one.
Reading skills.
I mean, I would start by saying, because this can be a hard nut to crack, really, particularly with people that have not done so, like not enjoyed English in the past, or haven't been in education for a while. It's getting people to love reading. It can be tricky, but like I always like to try and really broaden it, and I think that's something that perhaps people that have been through school and certain pathways don't always get, but that you can read anything. Like, and I'll try, like, I get to know the learners really well, find out what they love, so that even if they say they hate reading, but they're like diehard cricket fans, well, then there's me like digging out the cricket almanac, you know, go on the news, the sports news. How about that? What about in the newspaper? Who's this cricketer? There's an article about this, and trying to like find their niche. Like we always go on a trip around the library, and I'm lucky I have quite motivated ESOL learners most of the time, but like just opening their eyes to what's available. Like reading doesn't just mean books, it means websites, it means newspapers, it means magazines, it means signs, it means leaflets, things that you need to access. So I think I always like to really open up like the doors to reading in that way. What about you?
Yeah, same. And I like to throw in things like text messages. You know, somebody says, "Can I talk to you?" How are you understanding that? Everyone's quite anxious about that word being sent through. Or if your manager or your boss or a colleague emails it to you as well. You know, understanding what other people are trying to say through the real life context that we've actually got. I find as well, I don't know if you're the same with reading or finding reading texts, is I actually spend more time finding authentic texts than maybe drifting towards the exam papers. And it's not because I don't want to use the exam papers, it's because I tend to save them for when we're doing our skills checks, or when we're doing the revision. But I tend to find a lot more authentic texts, like you say, purely for engagement, because we want to open them up to reading everywhere, like you say, and reading is everywhere. You know, there was somebody who did a great project here at our college about developing a reading culture, and encapsulating that aside of GCSE can be quite challenging, because let's be honest, our 16 plus learners, not all of them are the keenest of readers. So we're trying to rebuild that culture. But but yeah, finding texts that are super engaging, and again, getting them to write the questions about it, or getting them to find those, kind of quick wins of questions. So, you're asking them to do that kind of basic skimming and scanning and reading retrieval, because actually for some of our learners, that's really a challenge. They can't grasp that. So when they grasp that, it's a sense of achievement.
Definitely. Yeah, I agree with you there. It's like it's blending the contemporary, the relevant, the stuff that's in the news. And then as teachers, it's our job to then, what I tend to do is find that text that I know is going to engage them. And then today I did it was more of an ESOL focus, but exam style questions on that text, so that we're learning about culture and what's happening in the world, but we're also honing those exam skills that we have to do in the time that we've got.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to eliminate that one, and let's spin again. Oh, I didn't eliminate that one. I've missed that. Sorry. There we go. Right.
Double spin. Feel like it's winner takes all now.
Ooh. Right.
No context.
Important.
Into what we were just talking about in terms of tailoring. Like I say, I've only been in further education for the last 4 years. So there'll be stuff that predates me, but I have seen that there are books that used to cater for vocational content functional skills, and we still have them, and they're super useful.
There is lots out there, yes. So, yeah, first of all, look at what's already out there. Also, it's one of those that seems to go in and out of fashion in FE. Certainly, like, I think you've experienced it already. Like, some of our functional English teachers are in areas now. I think that's the trend in FE at the moment. So you would sit within your vocational area to really get to know the teachers, the learning that happens. You'd have a group of all one vocational area. Then it will shift, and then you've got a class full of people from all over the college. So I think when you've got like students from one vocational area, you'd be silly not to put it into context, because there's a reason they're here, and it's not to learn English and maths. It's because they want to, go into that career. So yeah, there's tons already out there. Like there's actually tons on like Excellence Gateway and things like that. And there are books. But also I just think of like when I've taught in like subject areas, I've spoken to the lecturers, I've found out about the subject. I think about what are those functional texts within those vocational contexts. So I was with catering classes for a while, so we'd be looking at menus, publicity for restaurants, the conversations that students have to have with hair and beauty. It's your conversations at reception, those leaflets that they have to give about their services, all of the things that are really integral to them running and having a successful business, but putting it in the vocational context so they can really recognize, like we were saying earlier, how it fits into their world outside of college and after college.
Absolutely. And something that I found, so here at the college I work at, we are embedded within vocational areas. And like you say, it's a very cyclical process in terms of kind of, I don't know, what's happening at the time and what's working best within the college. So we were embedded into vocational areas. And it occurred to me about, I would say a year after that, why am I not using the text that they're using in vocational? Why am I not reaching out to these people? I've done it before with GCSE, but I'm not doing it functional. Or am I not reaching out to the right people? Or why can't I look at their schemes of work or their coursework? Can I tie it in? So for some people watching, they may have already seen this, and I think you're going to share it later, which is the vocational Padlet that I created, which is just getting people within my institution and across the Twitter sphere and outwards to contribute texts that are really good for us to be able to access within English, whether it's GCSE or functional skills, and to use in lesson to analyse. And it may show it for a different purpose. So had real support from some of the people watching. But like, you know, some of our gaming lecturers, they were really, really keen to put forward text that showed people of colour, because it was part of a unit that they were looking into. And they were really keen for us to develop their understanding of the reading comprehension before they were going to lesson. So we were able to utilise it in 2 different places. And I think it shows that you're working with your department, it shows that you're working within the vocational area, and that they value English and maths just as much as you know, your English and maths teachers do. And it's that kind of creating the learner journey, so that holistic approach to, you know, English and maths as well, that we're always longing for. And there's a fantastic ethos about it, and it shows. But I think it's how we can show that to the learner, and that's one of the ways.
I think that's so important. It's all about building the relationships across, like, that reminded me that some teachers in our college had done this brilliant project last year where the maths and the English teachers and the construction teachers got together and did this project. Basically, they got the learners to teach the maths and English teachers how to plaster. So the teachers went down to the workshops, and the learners were teaching them, and as they were talking, they were getting to know each other. There was banter, but also the teachers were then saying, but look, that's maths there that you're doing, or, you know, this is English. And so just building those relationships, because it is so hard in an hour a week. Like, if we can do more of that, where we're all working together, you know, all recognizing it's just each other's qualification is just as important as the others, and it all helps the learner progress and succeed. You know, that relationships, definitely.
I think it's also important to add that vocational context is a super key thing to getting a buy-in to your qualification, but it's also the understanding that you can't use it the entire year, because the context in functional skills don't necessarily sit with that vocational context. So it's important to, I think, use it at the start. As we progress through the year, we start to pull it back a bit, and we start to go into those exam papers, and we start to utilize the you know, the sample answers and the sample papers that are there, in order to give them a very real experience. Because there's no point teaching the whole year about sport, because they're super interested in sport. When they get to the exam, it's about taking your bin out, or it's a text about the weather, because although they might be able to relate to it, they've had a year talking about cricket and sport and everything else that they've really, really enjoyed. So it immediately throws them off, and it brings back that kind of fear and anxiety around English, because although you've made it super accessible, you still need to bring in that little piece of reality, I think. So
definitely getting the balance right is important.
Let's do one more.
Yeah, let's do one more before we get pulled off there.
Where do you want it to land?
Oh, I don't know. I'm happy with this. It's fine.
Discussions.
Oh, it can be really tricky to teach, can't it, actually?
Yeah, and where learners are ESOL, it's very, very challenging, because everyone's very, very keen to practice their English. And there's that real element of having to be quite strict with turn taking, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of mechanics in a discussion to learn. And it's not always obvious. I come back, I always go, actually, I do discussion, like work like you talked about criteria. We look at what is the criteria for the exam with the speaking and listening, and what is the criteria, and what does that actually mean I have to do? Like, how do I take a turn? How do I interrupt? How do I give my opinion? And what are the phrases? And so I'm looking at I do like almost cut up stuff where you're putting in, this is the criteria, and then this is an example of what you can say. And I've done it across a wall before now as well, so that everyone contributes with Post-its or bits of paper, so that you actually know like the concrete examples, because people think they can have a discussion and then 99% of the time sit there and really struggle first time. I think that's really good to capture as well, is like, let them do it without any help first. Get them to self-assess, review, and then show them how they can get better at it. What do you think?
On a quick note, just before we go, I think that recording discussions is really important. It's part of the process anyway, but recording and reviewing what they're doing so they can see it in practice is really, really good. Also, things like thunks, you know, what colour is Monday? Is a zebra black or white without its stripes? Those kind of the fun and sometimes what can take up like half an hour starting points are really good because they enthuse the start of the lesson. And I always try and start my lesson with a discussion point. So every lesson they're working within their groups, and every lesson they are having some form of discussion and speaking and listening practice. So
I love this. I've learned so much. This is brilliant.
Absolutely. So thank you so much. It was so good to talk to you.
I've loved seeing you.
So you're going to lead now on a talk on tech tools for engagement within functional skills. Is that right?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much. I'll leave you to it.
All right, thank you. Oh, God, I feel like I need a break. Right, okay, straight in. So let me just share my screen so that I know what I'm talking about. Am I still sharing? I think I might need, hang on, I'm on the wrong box. I'm all flustered because I'm having to move from one thing to the other. Stop screen, share. Just bear with me. Okay, so I'm going to start from scratch in a way. So if you've just joined us, that's fine. I'm going to introduce myself again with this presentation. So welcome, because it's a long afternoon, so you might be watching this back, or you might have just popped in between lessons. So welcome. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for having me, Sammy and Hollie and everyone. This is a really exciting opportunity. So today, for the next half an hour, I'm going to talk a little bit about resources and connections, ways to connect with others to create engaging lessons, really sort of drawing upon things that I've used over the last few years to come up with ideas for lessons to make our lives a bit easier as teachers, and I hope that they're of use to you, really. So if I just show you, this is what I hope to sort of achieve by the end of the lesson. So we're going to explore some online communities and sites that you can get for resources and support for teaching functional skills. So I am an ESOL English teacher, but I think there'll be lots of resources here that you'll, if you're a maths teacher, don't just switch off. You know, honestly, it's for you too, I promise, even though my focus is English. We're going to discover some different tools to use within and outside your class to improve learners' functional English skills, and explore the functions of a specific tool. Word wall is what I'm going to look at today, and how you can use it in different ways to engage and develop learners' skills in a lesson. So I'm just going to show you how I use it and how I think it's of benefit. So I starting from scratch in case you've just joined us. My name's Isla. I work in further education. I work at Solihull College in the West Midlands. My focus is mainly ESOL, but over the years I've taught functional English, I've taught key skills, adult literacy. I'm a specialist in both literacy and ESOL. Just right at this present moment, I'm teaching ESOL learners. I'm a coordinator of a department there, and I'm a teaching and learning coach. I do all of that part-time, like I'm a 0.8, so I've got a day a week, and my little list has just started school, so I've started doing some writing and training work alongside that as well. So this is an opportunity for you to introduce yourself in the chat, particularly if you've just joined. Who are you? What do you do? What are you interested in? Why have you come along today? And where are you joining us from this morning? I always think that's fascinating to see, and we'll be able to scroll back and see it later once I've stopped presenting. So welcome again. So firstly, I wanted to talk a bit about connecting, because it's where I found most of my resources, really, through social media in the main. And sometimes people are a bit tentative about that. And so about a year and a half ago, I did a little bit of research into this during lockdown. Like, what is the benefit of connecting with others on social media? What has it brought to people? Is it of use? Because it can be a bit daunting. You join Twitter for the first time and you're like, whoa, what is all this information? How is this ever going to help me? But I think there's simple things that we can do to get in there and like sift through the information, and it can be really, really useful. So when I did this little bit of research on Twitter, you can see here what people came back with in terms of what they felt they benefited from joining in on social media. And what I love here is people talk about it being reassuring. You can ask questions. So if you've got something that you're really struggling with in college and no one has got an answer there, you can reach out. You can ask people from across the country, from across the world, how they do it and what they do. And I've got so much help and advice from it. Mars has said here that it made her more critical of her practice because she could compare what she's doing with other people, made her more confident. It helps motivate you. Like, you're no longer in your little bubble. There's a whole world out there that you can sort of draw upon for support and help. And so I thought these were really lovely. Kerry's talking here about it being empowering. You're no longer isolated by doing this. So just thought it would be useful to sort of start with that. But really my presentation today is sharing with you some resources, and it sort of centers around this resource here, Wakelet, which is a tool. Really, I mean, I think it started off really just as like a bookmark tool. So you surf in the internet, you want to collect a few things, you can click on the link, you can put it in a list, and it basically collates it. But I mean, it's so much more, and I'm really doing it an injustice. It's a little bit like Padlet, if you've used that before, and I've used it to collate a load of functional English resources. And I actually set the original Wakelet up about 1.5 years ago, and I've had a lot of help from Helen Costa. Thank you so much for all your help with that, promoting it. And it's really a crowdsourcing now. We share the link with people, and you can join in and you can add your own resources. So whether that be a PDF, a PowerPoint, or a link to a website you liked or a YouTube video, you can pop it on there and we can share with each other. So I'm going to start by showing you that, because it draws into some of the social media, and then it will draw into the word wall, which I want to show you in a bit later. So we're just going to go across to the Wakelet. So this is the Wakelet here. Everyone should have access to this. Sammy's put it on the website and is sharing with everyone who's signed up. So this is free. You're welcome to join it as a contributor and add to it, or just browse through and take what you need. But this is one of like my missions, I think, in teaching, is to like make people share a bit better. Because like I said in the chat at the beginning, when I first started teaching, you only had whoever was in your staff room, or I mean, we did have the internet. I'm not that old, but it was not as established as it is now. And social media was only just, in its infancy, without giving too much away. So anyway, I've set this up a little bit like a Padlet. So we've got columns, and under each column, we've got lots of resources. So it was a big jumble before this week, and this week I've tidied up, so I think it's a little bit easier to access. So what we've got here are some events and podcasts that you can listen to. So obviously today's event, I saw that there was a Maths and English conference. You've got the E&M booth, which is a fantastic podcast by Hollie and Sammy. And then talking about community and connections, I wanted to highlight some of the things, easy ways into Twitter really. So we've got here links to hashtags. So if you click on this one, it's the Team English hashtag. So hashtags, if you're not sure about, are a great way to get into Twitter. So you don't even need to be a member of Twitter. You can just go onto Twitter and you can search the hashtag. If you search Team English FE, what you will see is there's a page, but also where people have hashtag, basically sort of indexing their content. And we can see here that someone's doing research. We've got Hollie here asking a question, people sharing resources, all kinds of stuff. And it just gets you away from thinking, whoa, this is too much. The hashtag sort of draws you into a specific topic. So I could type in hashtag functional English. You get quite a broad topic there, students and all. FE maths we can see here. And I've just added a couple of those hashtags here. I'm going to take a minute because my throat is sore because I've been talking solid and I'm not used to this. Teaching this morning and then talking solid for the last hour. So yeah, I've linked to the hashtags here, and something kind of quite recent to me with the Facebook groups, and maybe not new to you, but there is a thriving functional skills community on Facebook, a very generous sharing community. And this is where I've picked up some of the resources you'll see here, people creating their own resources and sharing them freely. And I'll show you some sources for those as well, but I just wanted to highlight that to you. So if you're new to teaching, or you're new to social media, or are new to functional English, the communities are a great way in because it's a safe space for people to ask questions and help each other. So a bit more about the Wakelet. We've got all kinds of resources here, so we can see grammar, all skills, speaking and listening, miscellaneous for things I just couldn't place or didn't get time to place. Feel free to add there. You can see actually that we've got other Wakelets. So I found that's a Wakelet I created with schemes of work, always useful for new teachers, or old teachers who need inspiration. I'm not a big fan of schemes of work, so I always like something to draw from to develop my own. Helen's added her own resources and quizzes, all kinds of stuff. Obviously there's an ESOL section because ESOL is where my heart lies, I think. So tons and tons of resources there. Again, more Wakelets, which are more lists of things, and some good websites with different resources like One Stop English and other things like that. So this is available to you. I'm going through this at like sort of breakneck speed because I want to show you everything and get into a little bit about Wordwall as well. Hollie mentioned the vocational theme text, and I think I've got it open. No, I haven't. So I'm going to click on that. So this is a Padlet that Hollie's created, and it's fantastic. So if you're working in vocational areas, or you've got students from different vocational areas, this is a fantastic resource full of articles and resources that you can use in your lessons for all those different subjects. And again, I think you can add to this, and you can share in your own resources too. Right, I'm just going to have to cough. So I'm looking desperately for the mute button. Right, give me 1 second. Broadcasters have to deal with. I'm just not used to it. So back to our Wakelet. Oh, right. If you try and stop it, it always gets worse, doesn't it? So also in this Wakelet, I've included tech tools. So we were talking about Hollie's Padlet, loads of resources there. There's also another Padlet that another English teacher, Nikki's been doing. She's in one of the Facebook groups. She's been creating some beautiful resources ready to go into your classes. Because really what I want to share with you here is you don't have to start everything from scratch. And I'm sort of torn there a little bit because I love creating resources. But if I'm honest, and if we're all honest, we don't have time to do it all from scratch all of the time. Teachers' lives are busy. They've got a lot to do. Life is full of, commitments and things. So if we can help each other, then, this is what I want to do. So you can see there's tons and tons of stuff. So I leave that with you as a gift. Please join in, add your own, share and contribute. It's all there for you. Tech tools is really one of my little passions. I love using technology. I'm a specialist digital coach at the college I work from. I'm really excited by technology. I love using it. And actually lockdown was a fantastic opportunity for me to explore more tools. And one of my standout favorite tools, this is when I get a bit excitable, is Wordwall, right? Now, Wordwall is what we were using earlier in our spin the wheel. Wheel of Fortune activity, and word wall is my go-to tool for creating resources. Now, a little bit of information about word wall. You can use it for free. You get up to 5 activities free. So you can use it. You can't, it doesn't have all the features, but it has lots, and you can also access the community resources, which I'll show you in a moment. So it's great, but if, like me, you become addicted to it, you need to sweet talk your organisation into paying for some teacher licenses, which is what I've got, and that means you have all the features. And honestly, it's not one of these things that's a fortune. It's really reasonable, and I think after you've seen what it can do, you'll be interested too. Also, just to point out, I'm not sponsored. This event is not sponsored by Wordwall. I'm not sponsored by Wordwall. I'd love to be their ambassador, but I'm not. I just really love the tools. I've spent like 16 years in teaching, like painstakingly typing out gap fills, cutting up cardboard, and this has taken all of the effort out of those activities. So we'll click through to my activities, and what I've done is given you a few examples of how you could use this tool within a functional English lesson. So what's great about it is you can sort things into folders, and you can create activities. So I'm just going to show you a few of my favorites. Now, if I were creating a lesson, one of my current favorite things to do is share objectives. I know it's not everyone's bag, but I love it as a little starter. So what I like to do is make my objectives into a gap fill. Now, with Wordwall, it's so easy to make gap fills. It's just, oh, I'm a little bit emotional about it. I'm a saddo, I know. Basically, you paste in whatever text you want. In this case, I've got 4 objectives. When I want to make a word a gap, I just double click on it like that, and it comes up into the box down here. Now, you can't do really long text in here, which actually I think is a really good thing, because it's difficult for learners to process huge amounts of text in one go. But what you can do is, if you've got a longer text, you can add pages. So you can have it in sections that they scroll through and fill the gaps in. So when you've created your sort of sentences, you've chosen what words you want to take out. So you might choose to be highlighting a piece of grammar, a word class, maybe just the keywords and sentences, which is what I've done here. You press done, and it creates this activity. So while we're here, I'll just show you let me show you the activity first. So it creates it like this, a digital gap fill. Now, one thing with this one is this is interactive. It's only online. What I tend to do is, if I'm in a classroom, is I screenshot this, print it, and give it to the learners to fill in, or ask them to write out the sentences in their books. Or you can share it with them digitally. So if you click on this share button, all of their resources, you can send the learner a link. So now in these hybrid times, when I was using this lots last year, when I was online, all I was doing was via Teams or Google or whatever platform you're using, was sending those learners a link saying, right, you've got 5 minutes to do this. I'll see you back in a minute. And then they get on with the interactive activity. Now I'm back in a classroom, I approach it slightly differently. I tend to display it on the board, and we do it as an in-class activity. A hybrid way of doing this would be now to share the QR code. And if you scan this right now in the session, I didn't even think about this when I was planning, but you could join in. Super simple. So if you've got your phone with you now, scan it. You can join in. You don't need to sign up as a learner. So that's fantastic in its own right. So a big barrier, particularly as an ESOL teacher, is learners having to sign up to stuff for me. And this is really easy. All they do is write their name. Obviously, you need to be a bit careful about choose a sensible name, guys, if you've got students like mine. And then they get it on their phone, on their device, on their computer. And basically, they just move the words into the right place. It's a lovely tactile activity that can be shared like digitally or within a classroom. And that's what I really love about Wordwall, is its flexibility, because I've been using it from in a classroom to completely out of a classroom, to in a classroom with devices, to in a classroom with no devices, to in a classroom with no computers, and I can still use it. So I'm going to show you a couple more activities. So I really love that as a starter. I just like to have it there to focusing the learners at the start of the lesson to get them thinking, what is this lesson about? Then I might elicit the keywords like, what does it mean to proofread? What are features? And it's a great start to a lesson. So if we go back to my activities and my little functional English folder, other things I love, like if I've got vocabulary, we can do matching activities here. So when you've got a matching activity, this is where you start to see the flexibility of WordWall. So if we go into the back end, edit content, you can see that basically what I've created is a set of words and their definitions. You can add in pictures too. That's fantastic. You can swap columns. You can edit it, discard it, do what you want with it. So I've created that activity and it creates this lovely big interactive matching activity. Again, you can share it like we said before. So send them a link, show the QR code, do it in class. Sometimes I find myself in a room with a broken computer or no computer, and I just want to print something off. That is why I love WordWall, because it does both. So if I wanted to do this matching activity first as a class activity, I click on the printable. It creates this wonderful little printable where I can hand out, give to learners, they can match. Then I want to feedback. I want to go through it with my students. But do you know what? Feeding back with a matching activity can be a bit boring. So what I can then do is turn that activity into a quiz. So it uses the same words and definitions, but it's now turned it into a multiple choice quiz. So they've done the activity in class. Now we're going to check their learning by going through it as a quiz. If I want to be really robust in checking, then I could get them to get their mini whiteboards out. They put, I ask them the question. You ask everyone to put a letter, A, B, C, or D on their board, hold it up. You get an idea very quickly who understands the words and who doesn't. So I really love that. You can also see there's other options. Game show quiz is a bit more Wheel of Fortune-esque. Balloon pop, a good one to send to them if they're doing it individually. There's also things like maze chase, which I think are nice tasks to give if you're giving it to a learner to do on their phones or devices as practice, as consolidation. But you can see there's tons and tons of choices. I'm going to show you a couple more of my favorites. So these are common activities, objectives, matching words. They're things I do a lot. Often I look at keywords as a starter activity and I do them as a hangman. Obviously, that is not hangman, like that word is not something that I want to be using in class with ESOL learners. I need to be aware of their sensitivities. And what we've got here with WordWall is the opportunity to choose themes that are suitable for our learners. So if I chose that first one, that would not be appropriate. It's got a hangman on it. But if I click on any of these options, there's no hangman. This one is the one I love. It's got it's like Countdown, actually. That's exactly what it's like. So I just show you. I've put some keywords in the back end and we play that at the start of the lesson. And, you know, you ask the learners to pick a letter and they pick one. Or we put it up on the board. You could send this to them. They could do it individually. You could have it on an online lesson. I've used this online, offline, and as homework. And I really love it. If you're working with younger learners, there are options here that might appeal to them better. So that's a little bit more child friendly if you're working in a school. Obviously, that's the opposite of what I want most of the time. So I go for more adult ones, cleaner designs that's going to be more appropriate for my learners. Game shows the one without the hangman. So if you're looking for that, again, that's great. Again, once I've got those words in an activity, I can change them. So anagram's a lovely one. And basically you just move the letters about to spell the words. I really like that. We've got a word search. So again, talking about spelling, like in functional English, which is a big theme now, what I've been doing when I was teaching the new reformed functional English qualifications was giving out those spellings in class and then doing a whole load of lovely word wall activities with those keywords in, so that those learners got used to recognizing the pattern of the spelling, to writing them out. So anagrams is available in a printout. I'd print that out and I'd give them to that as homework to practice their spellings for the week. Then when we came back in the next week, we might do it as an anagram, as a class, or a hangman or something like that. Just keeping an eye on time. I think I've got about 7 minutes left. So these are all lovely word-based activities that you can do. And I love it, but my learners love it too, because it's right up their streak. It's interactive. They can access most of it on their phones if they want to. And it adds a bit of gamification to your lessons. One thing I wanted to point out was that gap fill can be with bigger text. So you can see on this one that I've used a much longer text. And so it's always lovely to create these dart type activities to get learners to really look at text in a bit more detail. I always find doing something like a gap fill or an activity with a text first enables learners to really focus in on it and read it properly, rather than just expecting them to read it and get it and then do comprehension questions. This allows them to work with the text, really understand it first. So I'm going to take us back again. So I'm whizzing through this. There's tons more to show you, but the reason I love it so much is its flexibility, really. We've got ranking things. So alphabetical order is always a common question in reading exams. So you can do ranking, you can do sorting. So for presentations, we've got a lovely one here where I think basically in the lesson, I'd got them to come up with what you should, what you shouldn't do in a presentation. And this was just a plenary at the end, just to check that they'd got it right. So we just did, like, you should practice before. I'm teaching entry level here. You shouldn't speak quietly. And that's just consolidating what they've already done in the lesson, but just doing it in a nice interactive way that's helping them remember and review their learning. So we looked at the spinny wheel. We've got punctuation there. The other thing I want to show you before I finish is that you don't have to make everything. One thing I would say is it's super easy to make these things. Like, it really does take seconds, minutes, have a go. So you can really make your materials bespoke. But we all love a ready-made activity, don't we? So go into the community section, type in functional English. This is actually probably a little broad. And you will find all the other wonderful functional English teachers that have created activities that you can use. So I love these. I'm going to be a bit more specific now and put letter writing in, because I think it's a common topic. And you'll also see the variety of activities available. And I really love these. These are things that I used to do. And because we've had to be more cautious with paper now, haven't we? Because of COVID and things like that. But things like this, where you label a letter. That's another thing you can do in Wordwall. You can pop in a picture and then you can put hotspots on it, and then you get learners to label like that. I mean, how brilliant and tactile and, kinesthetic is that? And it's already done for me. So if I want to thank you, Emily Graves, that's a fantastic activity. I want to keep that for myself. I'm going to like it, and then I'm going to click on more and I'm bookmark it. And that's then saved in my activities as my own. So if we just go down here, where's it gone? I've got so many activities now. You see that I've had to put things into folders. But once you've got things, so for example, here's a really quick example. I see I've only got 3 minutes left, but I've been doing something for my son because he's just starting to learn to read. So I'd done something in a word search, and then I wanted to edit it. So you can click on these things, you can duplicate them. So if you see someone else's resource that you like, you can duplicate it. Then you can go in and edit it and tailor it to your learners' needs. Again, you've got these quick options here to share, so QR code. And another one I forgot, but is definitely worth mentioning, is the embed code. So if you're working on something that you can use code in, like Moodle, for example, you get the embed code, paste it into your coded section of Moodle. You've got the embedded Wordwall activity in there. I could go on for days about this website, which is why I really wanted to share it. I'm going to sort of bring it to a close because that's really the majority of what I wanted to share there with you guys. Thank you so much for listening. There's a little QR code there that has a link to all my link tree with my Twitter handle, my email, some of the projects I'm involved in. So if you want to scan that and have a little browse through. I edit a magazine, Joy FE, which we love to hear from writers from further education widely, who would like to write an article on what they're doing and thinking about. So please get in touch. That'd be fabulous. So that's it. I'm hoping that someone's going to cut me off in a minute, and I'm going to introduce.
It's all right. I'm here, Isla. I'm here.
Brill.
I'm here. What you missed, because you were in that seance mode of presenting, what you missed were loads of lovely comments in the chat, so you must go back and look at them. But there's Maggie as well. Dorothy was laughing at your emotional state over Wordwall and how wonderful it is that you're in love. I was quite emotional at how in love you are with Word. I thought I loved it, but I think you might love it more. Debbie, my boss, she was saying, thanks for sharing such fabulous resources as well. And then Anne was saying she can't wait to use it. So it's a new one to Anne as well. So a really brilliant session, Isla. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks so much.
No worries. I'm going to pop Isla off the screen now, and I'm going to bring in David. So David's joining us again, but this time he's on his own solo. And he's going to talk to us about NCFE and their wonderful offer. I've heard David speak at events before, and you think, oh, awarding body, is it for me? I'm not too sure. Such interesting information that I always take away and think, do you know what? That's a really different take than what I hear normally. So I'm going to bring in David now, and then I'm bringing you screen. All right, David, off you go.
Thanks, Sammy. And everyone say that was an excellent session there from Isla and from Hollie. I've already been sharing some links from a colleague back at NCFE, telling them to get onto this and use them ideas. So brilliant session. Okay, so I'm here. Speak from NCFE. It's been great to listen to different speakers, and there's more to come. These type of events are fantastic, and I want to thank Sammy, and all of the speakers for putting time together, put this event on, because you get so much from these events, and it's really good for the sector as a whole to really engage in different ideas. So my name is Dave Redden, and I'm speaking to you here on behalf of NCFE around some of the solutions we have in place to support you in your math and English delivery. For those of you who don't know, NCFE is an awarding organisation and educational charity, and we were born in 1848 from a belief that no learner should be left behind. Numeracy and literacy have been at the heart of NCFE since our birth. And one of the core founding principles of educational charity was the desire to provide certificates to the miners of the North East for numeracy and literacy way back in 1848. That education gives those people the skills and recognition needed to improve their lives, and it's an area that remains core to NCFE to this current day. And I'm proud to be tasked with taking that forward with NCFE in the current times. So I'll just make sure I use these slides correctly. So I'm going to just take you through the potential solutions NCFE can provide in a natural timeline with that mimicking a student journey, show how it all pieces together. So in that journey, natural place to start is initial assessment of a student. I touched on this in panel discussion earlier on. As part of NCFE, we have skills assessment, which was formerly known as Skills Forward. This is a key resource within our portfolio. It's got a tool that covers a wide range of areas such as English, maths, digital skills, ESOL, apprenticeships, and employability. So it can be used for a range of different things. And for English maths, we've got our Skills Builder product that offers a full initial assessment, diagnostic, and learn resource platform for your students, along with detailed reporting system that provides the data you need. So within that product, we've got a product called One Assessment, and I just wanted to take a little time to show you about how that product can provide real value to your delivery of math and English. So what is One Assessment? Well, the clue is literally in the name. It is a single initial assessment that will assess both English and math within the same assessment in an average of 33 minutes. This is in comparison to the separate initial assessment you normally have to take for English math that normally take combined time of 50 minutes. Why this is so interesting and get so excited about this product is that its initial assessment, certainly from a college point of view, is set up for both functional skills and GCSE. So you can set your assessment up to bring out the learner at a level for functional skills, or a grade from ungraded through to 9 for GCSE for both English and Maths. The question often asked in relation to one assessment is, how can it be it's accurate in a shorter time for both subjects rather than a separate English and separate Maths? When this assessment was built, we reviewed the learner data that we have in the dashboard, and so we're looking at 500,000 student responses per initial assessment question, and this allows us to see which type of questions accurately identify a student level. Using this data, we were able to build an assessment using those strong identifiers that are able to separate students by levels of grade based on their responses. Given the disruption in learning faced in the past 2 years, what we're seeing in post-16 English and Math and across other subjects are students who received CAGs or tag grade. However, it's quickly been apparent that they've got skills gaps in their knowledge that provide barrier to them progressing. And this is not saying that they don't deserve to get them grade. Key elements of that delivery have been missed through no fault of their own. And you need to be able to identify it because it's holding them back in their further education. It creates an enormous challenge to the post-16 centre, as you need to provide these students with the skills they need and ensure they can progress. And this is where initial assessment can support you as a tutor. With one assessment, you can identify with a single quick assessment where that student learning is at. Using that starting point, the diagnostic will create an individual skills plan for your students, highlighting what they're proficient in, but more importantly, identify the areas the student requires support in. From a cohort level, this could indicate any trends across entire cohorts and themes where a lot of learning occurred. So you may see a pattern there from children that comes through from a certain school where they've missed certain areas of their learning. With the individual skills plan, the students will be allocated independent online resources to work on. And you can utilize this as part of the lesson in the classroom, or you can create an extra curriculum activity outside of the college for the student to try and gain the knowledge they require. This allows you to think about how you're delivering to a learner. If they're capable and just need a little short-term fix, you can almost do it outside of normal classroom hours and engage them into working on their strengths and weaknesses. The resources we have are available for both functional skills and GCSE. And should you require, we've also got ESOL resources as well for those students that need that additional support. To help support tutors and curriculum leads, we've also created a quality dashboard, which is your own bespoke reporting dashboard. This is where you can set up reports you need and monitor the students and cohort. Excuse me. The dashboard allows you to be proactive and highlight early on any issues you may have or any areas of particular concern. And it's set up to report on students and tutor cohort, and you can drill down the data in both groups. So for example, you can monitor the volume, initial and diagnostic assessments that have been carried out. You can do that per entire year group or per tutor or just simply on the learner itself. You can also see how many are waiting to be carried out per subject and understand just what sort of travel you've got on that section of delivery. You can report on the level students are coming out at. You can track the distance those students have travelled, so you get that starting point where you can see where the learners are land between level 1 and 2 with functional skills, or at grade 4 or 5 at GCSE, and you can see how far they're travelling along that at an individual or a group level. The dashboard allows you to see how many resource topics has been assigned. So in that individual skills plan, the assigning topics per learner. You can see how many has been assigned per tutor or across the overall cohort. And you can also see how many have been completed. This allows you to monitor which learners are engaging with the system and which ones are not touching the system at all. It allows you to do that deep dive by subject, by tutor, and by student. The dashboard can be set up to be displayed in a visual data graph and or tables, whatever your preferred method is, and being able to schedule reports for when you need it. So you can schedule specific reports on a daily, weekly, monthly, or even an annual basis. So you're always being informed on a regular basis just on the progress of your learners. It's ideal as well, for those times when Ofsted come and visit, you can use the reporting system to show how you're monitoring your provision and show how your students are progressing, including the area they've worked on and what personal intervention you've taken. So you've got the student starting point. However, no matter how long you've worked on functional skills, starting with a new award organisation does bring changes. NCFE have recognised this, and for the past 5 years, we've been providing invaluable support to tutors and assessors, delivering English and maths to our provider development team. This team of subject specialists are there to onboard your delivery team and offer continuous support to your team throughout your time delivering maths and English with NCFE. I'm just going to spend a little more time just having a look at this now. So teams made up subject specialists, English, math and digital are core. They also operate in T levels in other areas as well. Their purpose is to promote and enhance learning, helping to create a fairer, more inclusive society. And their mission is to support providers develop their capabilities to deliver world-class transformational learning experiences and the best possible outcome for learners. Quite a high standard, but I know I might be a bit biased. I used to be in the team many years ago, but the feedback we do get and the impact it has on improving achievement is quite impressive. All colleges moving over to NCFE for functional skills will automatically receive contact from the team at the point of approval, offering their free service. There's no charge for this, it's all complimentary. The team is there to support tutors and assessors and will carry out onboarding sessions covering all the key areas that your team need to be aware of. They will highlight where those resources are, they will go through what they are and how you can use them, and they'll talk through the requirements of the assessments and share best practice tips and what we've just seen today, little tools and Padlets on how to access different resources to improve engagement with the learners. Naturally, within colleges, new staff can start at any point throughout the year, so the team do free monthly onboard webinars just to ensure that any new staff at any point can log on and receive the same onboarding support at any point throughout the year. So it's a continuous development plan to make sure that everyone gets the support they need. The onboarding is the starting point of your journey, and the team accompany you throughout that journey of your delivery. In the first 12 months, you'll be assigned a subject specialist who will support you through 3 consultations. These consultations will be based around your needs and your requirements and look to identify any support needed or what developments we can provide. Where you have 3 formal consultations, you still have direct access to the team for any ad hoc support throughout and can support with additional sessions should there be a need. The first consultation is more a getting to know you session. It's understand supporting the plan of your delivery. How do you deliver English and math in your college? What type of delivery route do you take? Who are your learners? Help prepare your team for those opening months. It can be a one-on-one session with all the members of your team. It's entirely what suits your operation best. From then, you'll have access to the team. You can get quick answers, get detailed answers, and you can just have a normal conversation and share good ideas and resources that come across. The second consultation tends to be a mid-year session where there'll be a temperature check to see how things are going. The session can be used to understand any challenges and look at potential solutions, or it could be a chance for some CPD in an area that you feel your team would benefit from. The last session normally takes place towards the end of the year, the academic session, or the first 12 months, and would kind of be an end of year review to understand how things have gone, look at what went well, what barriers you encountered, and any support that can be put in place. Again, how this delivered would be bespoke to your college in a format of your choosing. With a relationship built up over the year with subject specialists, they'll have a better understand what your model of delivery is and the needs that you have. At the minute, it's done virtually, but fingers crossed, we're moving into more face-to-face stuff, and we're looking to get out there and get more in-person session. Along with that personalised support, the team also support the whole sector with regular monthly events around CPD and sharing best practice. Along with the monthly onboarding session, they do a more intensive onboarding day session for those who want to dig a bit deeper. But in terms of those CPD sessions, anyone can sign up. There's no charge. You just go through the website. I've got a slide at the end with a link that takes you to that page. But they cover different things such as differentiation, writing skills. It could be contextualizing, speaking and listening. Or it could be looking at problem solving and probability. The team try to use as much live data from assessment and diagnostic as possible to help inform the areas we cover, to ensure we're targeting the more challenging areas that students struggle with, so we can support tutors to overcome those barriers. And as I say, as the restrictions are starting to lift, what we're looking to do is doing some math, English and digital skills sessions across the country. And these will be workshop-based days, looking to bring in different people. Sorry, I've just had a notification in my headset, just ran out of power. I'll change over. Okay, I think you should be able to hear me now. Sorry about that. It's joys of modern technology. Only lasts as long as the battery lasts. Okay, so yes, we'll be looking to run some sessions there, and those will be workshop based. We'll invite speakers. Some of the speakers today, I'll certainly be getting in touch with. See if they'll be keen to get involved, and it's just sharing that best practice and looking at supporting each other. The real community in the English and math world. Isla was saying there about the social media aspect of people supporting, trying to build that up. It doesn't matter who you work with, where you're from. It's about doing what's best for the learners, and really, by working together, we can give so many learners the opportunity to have a better life, a better education, and create more opportunity. So that's a bit on the solutions we can offer for initial assessment and online learning, and looking at a bit of tutor support. Next couple of slides, I'm going to start focusing more on assessments and the flexibility of assessment and results. And specifically here, I'm going to look at results in 6 working days and how that affects you. So just over 6 years ago now, the NCFE introduced a new way of offering results for functional skills. In the early days of legacy, there was marking windows and result windows. There was long days between sitting an assessment and receiving the result. NCFE did a lot of research in this area, and we worked on a new process that would allow us to release results as fast as we could, but more importantly, retain the quality control and validity over the marking process. From this, we were able to come up with a system where we could guarantee results to be released in 6 working days. This is now a key service level agreement that we offer to all customers, and it ran successfully and reliably over those 6 years. I do get asked if we really do this or if we can handle big numbers, and the answer to both is yes. The process is secure, so we can handle some of the biggest colleges in the country, along with the large training providers. Naturally, there are unavoidable exceptions to the process. So when new assessments are introduced to the bank, these papers will need to undergo an awarding process to ensure the pass mark is both reliable and at a valid point and doesn't disadvantage learners. However, we do give you advance notice when this takes place and when the results will be released to allow you to plan it into your delivery. For the majority of the session, though, the 6-day turnaround is active, and the key thing about that is when you will receive your results. So, for example, today, if your students start an assessment today, for those watching later, is Wednesday. The students will then have their results next Wednesday if we receive your assessment today. And I'll explain that more on the slide next on the more technical workings of this. But for now, let's look at the value of the 6-day turnaround. Why it doesn't matter. Well, keeping students engaged is a challenge we face all year round. And in most students' minds, the final assessment is that finish line. They've worked hard up to that assessment, and once they've done that, that's it. They don't have to do any more. So once that assessment is sat, regardless whether they feel achieved it or not, the student feels their work completed. So if you're waiting 4 to 6 weeks for results to come through, you've got a weekly lesson. The learner is likely to become disengaged and feel no longer have to put the work in. Particularly in a classroom-based scenario, that could lead to bigger challenges across the class. The student could become a disruptor and affect as a student. There's lots of challenges for when the student doesn't achieve as well, because they become disengaged and motivated over weeks. You've got to try and pick them up again and try and get them back on track, and you've almost lost some time. So with the 6-day turnaround, you sit that assessment, and if you run a weekly class, next time you see the student, you'll have their results. And being guaranteed when you're getting the results is such a quick turnaround, allow you much better visibility and to create a plan safe in the knowledge you'll have the data you need to move forward with that plan. It also supports learners who suffer anxiety and have pressure on what that result is going to be. A 4 to 6 week wait caused a lot of distress to those students, so being able to reassure them, inform them when the results will arrive the following week will help the support you can provide them. From a teaching point of view, it allows you to quickly respond to your student needs and be able to start working right away on identifying areas that need work should they not receive the results they had hoped for. Along with the diagnostics and online learning feedback from the assessment, we can support you on this. So how does it all work? I'm not going to give you the internal secrets. I do get that asked a long time, but I'll show it from a college point of view. And I've broken it down by assessment format. And it's important to remember that we issue 6-day results for all functional skills external assessment, no matter what the format is. So let's start with paper-based assessment. So the traditional assessment of sitting exams. At NCFE, you can book your assessment up to 5 working days before the assessment date. So if you're booking your student today, the earliest date you could sit the assessment would be next Thursday. This gives you a bit more leeway so you can effectively book your assessment, sit the assessment, and receive the results in a 2-week period. So with our paper-based assessment, you do have to have a set date and time for when these are being sat. However, we do allow you a 24-hour window either side that date should anything happen that prevents the student from sitting the assessment. Given the higher risk to paper-based assessment, we do need the paper returned should you not be able to sit within that time period. So set in that scenario, you book your student today on Wednesday the 26th. They are due to sit their assessment next Thursday on the 3rd of February. Once the student sat the assessment, you then put it off the assessment that day. NCFE will receive the results, the assessment on Friday the 4th of February. This is then the trigger for that clock for the 6-day turnaround. And that's when the 6 days starts. So we receive that paper on the Friday the 4th of February. Your students would get their results on Friday the 11th of February. That's just to say that, it's critical on when we receive the results, because it wouldn't be fair to give our examiners 1 day to mark paper. You took 5 days to get it back, for example. So that's how it turns around. So to wrap that up, the whole process from booking your assessment on 26th of January to sit the assessment on 3rd of February, you would have your student results on the 11th of February. For online assessment, we can offer even greater flexibility. We don't have any restrictions on having to register your student at a certain point and then wait for a period to book the assessment. So you could register your student today and you'll be able to book an assessment for that student as soon as they appear in an online assessment system, normally within 30 minutes of that booking. This allows you to manage those students who have anxiety issues and then wait for a period to book this. This allows you to have anxiety issues and you don't know if they're going to go through the assessment or they're not going to turn up, or the build up to that assessment date would be a really bad trigger for them. However, some days they could turn up and they're in a good place and they're like, actually, I feel like I could sit my assessment today. Within an hour, you could do so with the online assessment system with NCFE. We also allow you to book an assessment without the need to set a specific date and time. So you can make a booking for a student from today, have it open for up to 42 days or 6 weeks, which will take you up to 9th of March. That means the student can sit at any time between those days without committing a set date. So this allows flexibility for you as a college should a student not show up when you have planned, or something happens that makes them unavailable. In such scenarios, there's no need to cancel anything or rebook. You simply try again at a rearranged date, provided that date is within the window. The way results work for this is the student will sit their assessment. So again, use today, for example, Wednesday, and the assessment is done connected to Wi-Fi, then it will automatically upload to our system. And you will receive your results the following Wednesday. So in that instance, I lost track now. I think it's 2nd of February for next Wednesday. So in 6 days, so the following Wednesday, you will receive that. You can, of course, sit that assessment offline where you're not connected. That's fine, but the 6-day turnaround will not kick in until the learner assessment has been uploaded. So, for example, the student sat today, but you did not connect the laptop back to the Wi-Fi until tomorrow, then the student will receive their results on the following Thursday. The final assessment format we offer is remote invigilation. This is done through our online assessment platform. However, there's slight differences how this works due to the nature of the assessment. Like the online assessment, you've got flexibility, book the assessment and have it open for 42 days. This flexibility is for students is particularly attractive. They can sit the assessment at a time that suits them. So thinking about your apprenticeship provision, apprentice being at work all day, haven't got time to sit the assessment. It allows them to come home, have some tea, tidy up, settle the kids or whoever that they needed to satisfy, prepare themselves before starting, and then sit at home in the best frame of mind. When you book a window or a set time, you still have the facility to set a time if you wish to do so. The start date needs to be a minimum 48 hours from the time you are booking. And this is just so we can send the system details to the student to check their computer system, meeting the requirements, and being able to use that remote invigilation. So in that scenario, if you book today, the earliest the learner can sit the assessment would be Friday. As it's connected to the internet, before the check that you have for remote invigilation, the learner would then receive their results the following Friday. That speed and flexibility allows you to plan your delivery and assessments around your student requirements and reduces the administration needs on your exam teams as well. And will also allow tutors and assessors to manage that bookings on online system if that's how they wish to work. So moving forward there from that, we'll just want to look at how we can support face-to-face college delivery and remote delivery, because things have changed now. It's not always just in the classroom teaching, and we're trying to be as flexible as possible to support all these different ideas. So next couple of slides, I'm just going to go over how we can do that for you. So first off, we'll look at the face-to-face in college delivery. What the thing, that key thing that support your delivery is understand when the student is in terms of their understanding. Initial assessment never been more important. And as I talked about before, one assessment can give you that solution for both functional skills and for GCSE in a very fast time. From that assessment, we've got the online resources for skills assessment that can be done, out of class as homework, for example. You can deliver in lesson around, say, let's pick maths in percentages. You can do a session on percentages, and then you can set them some homework on the skills assessment platform outside of that. And that just understand that if they've retained the knowledge, of the very keen to evidence how you retain the knowledge that a learner take. It's a good chance to show that you've done the lesson, and then you can do the retention of knowledge afterwards. We do have teaching and learn resources, teaching pack covering from entry level 1 to level 2 across all the subject content statements. And this forms session plans, PowerPoint to use in class, activities, worksheets, and where applicable, little short videos to help learners. Again, you can use that in class, or you can use it as a tool to give the learner to self-teach themselves. We've also got learner workbooks that prepare the student for the final assessment, and this shows them the principles of the subject area and allows them to attempt assessment style problems. Particularly thinking these are useful in maths and allowing the development of those problem solving skills that we find is often a challenge in the final assessment. For our subject specialist support, we can set up the right support for the beginning of your journey and allow to adapt that to that classroom delivery. That flexible approach as well is really useful, and you can choose an assessment that suits your learners and really suits their needs, so you can choose the assessment that's suitable for them. That flexible allows you to have a different approach to your delivery needs, especially for your 16-19 provision, your study program provision, or even your adult education provision. For those apprenticeship provisions, we realise it doesn't all take place in the college. And this provision, particularly with the struggle to get into the workplace, has moved a lot to the remote online delivery. So how do you get around that? Again, with NCFE, we can utilise this through our skills assessment platform and all the support we give you. You can set up that one assessment. You can do that initial assessment. And what it does, it creates an individual skills plan for that learner, and assigns them automatically resources to work through. So the learner can do a lot of independent working by themselves, and you can monitor that through the quality dashboard. So you can see, if one apprentice is really engaged, another is really just out of it. I think I'm being kicked off now, so I'm probably out of the room in a second, but I'm nearly done. And what it can do is you can identify who's engaged and who's not. You can also utilize teams and book team meetings through Skills Builder platform. And what you can do here is really clever. You can identify which learners have the same skills gaps, and you can put them on an online learning lesson together to cover specific area topics. This allows as well that peer-to-peer support for often apprenticeships are working alone. So bring them in a group allows them to have that peer-to-peer support and feel a bit more confident in a group session. Again, that online learning takes you all the way up to the assessment. We provide a host of sample assessments, up to 6 papers through Word for external assessments, and a minimum of 5 for online sample assessments. So students can either go through the Word version, send them through to the tutor for marking, or they can familiarise themselves with online sample assessment through a simple hyperlink with no requirement for the tutor to book them on. Then at the end of that, we've got the remote invigilation. So you can literally deliver without ever having to go out to the workplace for that learner. It's just a different way of learning. And at NCFE, we're looking at these new ways and we're trying to adapt to that and give you as much choice as possible on how you deliver to those learners. Very quickly, one slide, if I was going to showcase what we can offer, is there. We've got that staff support across so many areas. We've got resources on so many different areas through initial assessment, through teaching and learning, through to the sample assessments as well. And we've got that flexible approach to assessment. Sit assessment on your terms and your conditions and get a result in a fast turnaround. As promised, I've got links to the information on them. I'm sure these slides are on the site that you can access. But you can also contact me by email, or you can get in touch with me. I can confirm my Twitter handle is at David Redden 13 now on Twitter. I'm also on LinkedIn. But do make contact and ask any question. And thank you again, Sammy, and everyone for the time and for everyone for being part of today, because it really is a good event.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks very much, David. That was brilliant. I just love it. 6 working days. I think, so many people be watching this thinking my awarding body don't do anything near that. But yeah, brilliant. Thanks very much, David. And thank you to NCFE for supporting today. So now it is me. I am doing EdTech and I'm doing EdTech in teaching maths, because that's what I teach, funnily enough. So here are my slides for you here. So why am I here? Why am I talking to you about EdTech in maths? Well, my name's Sammy, if we've not met before. You can connect with me either via scanning that QR code, or I am bio.link/whatthetrig. And pretty much everything I've ever written on there or contributed to, the podcast is on there as well. So you'll find all my bits and pieces on there. I'm very proud to say that I was named in the EdTech 50 very recently. It's featured in TES. So I think I'm all right to talk to you about EdTech today. I'm also a Google certified innovator, trainer, coach, and what's missing off there is Microsoft certified educator, and I'm a Microsoft Word expert as well. I teach further education maths. My boss, Debbie, has already been in the chat today at a college in Yorkshire. I teach part-time because I am a freelancer. I've got many projects that I work on, but I still think that teaching is really important. And so I have my students once a week just to get that buzz of teaching, because I think sometimes we miss that when we stop teaching. So what am I going to talk to you about today? Well, I'm going to start by looking at some notes from Joe Bowler. Huge inspiration for me. Absolutely love Joe Bowler. I don't know that there's a day that goes by where I don't look at some of Joe Bowler's work. And she talks about setting up positive norms in a maths class. Now, a lot of things that we find are schools-based, but I think this is really appropriate for FE. And she's got 7 messages, and this is from her U-Cubed site. And the links to everything are today available. At the end of today, you can see the ticker going along on the bottom. And I've included the links to this U-Cubed article as well. But she says everyone can learn maths to the highest level. Mistakes are valuable. Questions are really important. Maths is about creativity and making sense. And I think that's where functional skills comes in. Maths is about connections and communicating. Again, a core aspect of functional skills. But what's interesting for me is maths is about learning, not performing. So not just passing the test, but learning the concepts and applying those concepts. And depth is more important than speed. My very, very good friend, Julia Smith, who is Test Maths, if you've ever encountered her on Twitter, she always says, keep practicing until you don't get it wrong, not practice it until you get it right. And I think there's something about that depth of knowledge and that fluency. So what I'm hearing when I'm looking at Joe Bowler's 7 key messages is about the way that we can give students choice is a key aspect of this. Giving them high levels so that they can aim high, recognizing the mistakes and trying something different, a space to ask some questions, and about being creative. So giving them that choice of how they're going to tackle it. Unfortunately, we have a curriculum to cover. So there's not a free amount of choice that we can give them. But one of the things that I do for my students is I make a one-stop shop document for my lesson. So this is what's called a multimedia text set. It is literally a document with links in. So each of these blue underlined bits is a task, and they can choose. This was their revisions task on fractions this week. Mine are GCSE, so it's slightly different. But they had a choice of where did they want to go on fractions. And they could choose how they wanted it. We also had a live Google Meet where they could come in. And then there's the booking link underneath in the chat. I'll talk about those in a second. But what I'm showing here is all I have done is typed in section 1, and then I put insert link, and then I put the link to what I want to take them to. And that could be a Mars Maths video. That could be a resource on WordWall. That could be an assignment on Google Classroom. That could be a page in Teams. It could be absolutely anything. But I think what's really nice is to give them the choice, what's called a choice map, where they can look and pick, where do I want to study and how do I want to study it? And when I'm looking at choice, I'm looking for things to be web-based. So Isla talking about WordWall. I love WordWall. It speaks my language because it's web-based. And I talk about the digital divide a lot. If you've heard me speak before, I will have mentioned the digital divide as well. 15% of FE students, when surveyed by JISC in 2020, were accessing their online learning using their mobile phone. Just going to leave that hanging. So a tool has to be web-based for me because then they can access it on their mobile phone. They're not having to download an app, an extra app that will take up space on that mobile phone. They're expecting their mobile phone to operate in a hugely powerful way. So web-based is a big factor for me, and a lot of my activities that I use in my students are self-marking and web-based. Really big key things for me. There's nothing worse than tackling a maths problem and not knowing whether you got it right or wrong. And you have to ask your teacher if you got it right or wrong. If we're going to give them the choice to go off and explore and to look at different topics, what we need to be able to do is then for them to self-assess as they go through, for them to have a look and think, oh, I got that right. Oh, right, I might go back and try that then, rather than relying on us as the teacher. Because I don't know about where you teach, but where I teach, we have massive mixed ability groups. I have 16 to 19s, I have adults, I have absolutely everyone in one class. And how do I juggle all of that? Teaching functional skills from entry to level 2. How do you do all that? If you are the person, if you are the expert, how do you do all that for your students without burning yourself out? So by putting things on a choice board and giving them choice is a huge thing, but then they need to know that they've got it right. So it needs to be self-marking. But also that curation, because how often do we look at an EdTech tool and go, I don't know, is it any good? Had you not heard of WordWall today and you'd just seen it, would you go, I don't know if it's any good? Now you've heard Isla speak of it, you've got that informed opinion. And I think in EdTech, we are constantly overwhelmed by tools. There is always a new tool. Well, if we're overwhelmed, what are our students doing? How do they feel about these new tools? So that curation by us, because when I made this, I could have put 10 activities on. I could have put 10 activities just on simplifying fractions that I'd found. But I didn't. I curated that content for the students, and Maz just put managing cognitive load. Absolutely. I'm using that curation, but still giving them that choice. Something that I will just mention as well, and the link to this is at the end of the day on the website, is Common Sense Education. So if you've not heard of Common Sense Education before, I am Common Sense Ambassador in the UK. I think there's 3 of us now. There was just me for a long time, but there's 3 of us now. And Common Sense Education are a not-for-profit, American-based organisation. Don't let that put you off. But what they do is they do EdTech reviews. So you put the name of the tool in, and it will review it for you. It will review it 3 ways. It will review it by Common Sense Education. It will review it by teachers. What do teachers say who've used it? And it will review it by students. What do students say? Also works for films and games. So when Squid Game came out, straight onto Common Sense Media, and like, what is Squid Game? And then reading the reviews and the age appropriate. Someone I know wanted their child to be able to play Among Us. It's not something that I know about, so I put it in Common Sense and I was able to get a review. So if you've not come across Common Sense Media and Common Sense Education, really valuable resource. But also as well, they do ready-made digital citizenship lessons. Because if we are overwhelmed with EdTech, then how do we support our students with their EdTech as well? So if you can grab a digital citizenship lesson about digital footprint, digital identity, that includes a slide deck, a quiz, a worksheet, prompts for discussion, and a resource to take home for family members, if I'm honest with my adult students, that's what I give them. I don't necessarily give them the lesson, I give them the resource for the family members so that they can talk about it with their families. So Common Sense Education is a really great place to help develop those digital skills. And I know I'm mentioning it, I know we're talking about English and Maths today, but I'm mentioning it because a lot of our courses where we offer functional skills, English and Maths, do have digital skills interwoven into the qualification. Perhaps we have students studying all 3, essential digital skills, Maths and English, and that's all they're here to do. And I know it's one teacher sometimes that covers all of that, so forgive me for just diverting for that as well. And then communication, opportunities to communicate. And what you can see here is the booking link at the bottom and the chat link. I'll cover the chat link first. So the chat link just takes them to a page where they can chat to me. It's got my email address on. It actually starts a conversation with me straight away in Google Chat. They know I won't reply straight away, but they have that opportunity to talk to me. And I know Isla talked about building community as well. And I think, especially when we're teaching in FE, we need to think about how do we build community with our students as well. The booking link, what I do is, so this came from running across campuses. So I think we had like 6 campuses that I was running across when I worked for the large college group. And I would just be running between campuses constantly. And students would be like, I've got this question. Oh, Sammy, can I ask you? Oh, and I'd be like, you can run with me and walk with me and ask me a question. You can write it down, stick it on my desk and I'll get back to it. Or you can hold on to it until next lesson. All 3 options are rubbish, if I'm honest. What they wanted was to be able to ask that question and have my time, and I just didn't have it. So what I started to use was a calendar link, and I use appointment booking system in Google Calendar for mine. And I make slots, and all I do is half an hour a week. I have half an hour a week blocked out in my diary, 3 10-minute slots. That's all it is. And I put that link on every single document that goes out to my students, and they can just grab one of those slots. If they want that one-to-one conversation where they can ask those questions, because we've talked a lot and you've heard a lot today, the messages are about changing mindset, confidence, growth, and support. To know that they can come to me one-to-one is massive. So there's not just Google Calendar, there's Calendly is an option, OneHub is also an option, and I've put links to all of this on the resources for today for you, so don't worry too much about grabbing the information now. But my students knowing that they can come to me with a problem, A, helps them because they know they can come to me, but B, it helps me because then I know that they are being listened to, they can be listened to, and also I'm not going to be doing them a disservice by running between campus and grabbing, 2 minutes here and 2 minutes there. They'll have that purposeful, meaningful conversation. So I showed you a multimedia text set. There is also an example of choice boards on my website, which is whatthetrig.co.uk. And I'm just going to bring up this one instead because it's coming up in another tab, so just bear with me. And what I've done is I have created a library style template for students. You can grab these are free. And what happens here is I've listed, as you can see, quite a lot of the topics that we cover in functional skills. And I want you to imagine that you've got that mixed ability group. Some people are over here and some people are over there. And I want you to think about how do you best manage that time by giving them that choice? Well, something like this is a really nice way to put everything in one place. The templates that are on my website, there's a blank version, there is this actual version, there's a level 1 version as well, and there's an algebra for GCSE version. So you can go wild with this. And what happens on this is that the students just look at the topic and they just pick which one that they want to work on today. So if I just pick ordering numbers, it takes you to a video. This one's a Corbett Maths, and then straight after that, it takes them to a self-marking exercise. To get back to the library, they click the library books and they go back to the beginning and have a look at another one. So let's say they want to look at rounding. There's a video that they can watch on rounding that I've curated for them because, again, YouTube can be overwhelming. Takes them to the self-marking exercise to answer their questions, and then they can go back to the beginning. Let's have a look at adding decimals. Same thing, principles again. And so they build that routine of habit, but they know that they've got that support that they can always come to and they can pick and choose. It's that picking and choosing and that choice of where they want to be with their maths, giving them that choice. A lot of them are adults. They don't need us to teach them the very basics of maths. They do, but what they need us to explain to them is how it works in a functional sense. So if we can cover the key skills part by giving them choice of what they want to focus on. All too often we look at a diagnostic and we go, right, we know what you need. Well, what about if we ask the students? What about if we just offered it up to them and said, off you go, here's your choice, go study. I'm here to ask questions. And I think there's a huge part about adding value as a teacher. Where do we add value? Well, we add value where we address those misconceptions. We add value where we unpick those problems. We add value where we can help students apply their knowledge in a different context. So giving students choice and using ready-made resource, and I think everybody said this today, is a really powerful way to get students to think about how they can pick and choose themselves of what content they want to study. So it's just going to bring this back up now. The other thing that we can do is we can build in choice with students using forms. And we can use Google Forms or Microsoft Forms. It's entirely up to you which platform you prefer. I've got examples in both for you. I'm just loading them up now. Because when we look at Jo Bola and her 7 key things, when she's talking about mistakes are valuable, I'm just going to share my entire window. We'll have that awful mirroring for a while. There we go. I'll load this up. It says that mistakes are valuable for students. Questions are really important. Maths is about connections and communicating, and learning, not performing. Depth is more important than speed. Now, the bit for depth for me, it's those hinge questions. It's that assessment for learning question. It's that endpoint question. And so another way to build in choice into this whilst doing those hinge questions is to use branching logic. So this is in Microsoft Forms using branching logic. And I put the question up, ask them to answer it. You can put it as multiple choice, absolutely. But some people don't like that because it limits students and they can see the answers. So I often follow it with a confidence-based check as well. So I'll ask them the maths question, get their free format text answers that I will go back in and mark. But straight after, I ask them, are you ready to proceed? Because what I'm trying to replicate, and when we think about how we study online, what I'm trying to replicate is that substitution for when we are face-to-face. And we can still do this face-to-face as well. But if we're substituting in class, I'd be like, right, give me a, if you're ready to move on, or give me a, if you want some more time on this. Anybody, how are we doing on this? And it's that judging of the room, that pulse check of the room. It's a really underestimated but crucial part of our teaching. You know, if you think some places have the green and red cards, green, I'm ready to move on, red, I need some help. However it's structured, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5 if you're absolutely smashing this, 3 if you need a bit of help, 1 if you want to go in a separate table and we'll work on it together. We underestimate the power of that in our teaching, I think, very often. But we can substitute that nice and easily with technology. And what we can do is we can ask students a pulse check question. Give them the exam question and say, are you ready to go? Yes, no, and guide them based on that. But what we can do when we move it to technology is we can augment it and sort of enhance it as well. Because when I ask in a class, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, okay, you're a 3, okay, you're a 5, I make those decisions live in class as a teacher of where to direct the learning. But actually by using technology, I can hold that information and I can reflect on it after the class. And then I can inform my next lesson based on it as well. So it does enhance what we were trying to substitute as well. One of my big things to do with these forms as well is put the QR code. And I know Isla's done a QR code, I've done a QR code. I think it is the year of the QR code. I even wrote a blog for PD North on my ode to the QR code. But I just have the QR code in my classroom. I'm teaching the same topic all week across all my groups, same form, same QR code, and they all come scan it when they finish their lesson. Finish the lesson, scan the QR code. How do you feel about this hinge point question now? I'm capturing that reflection from them. What happens from my point of view is that it all pulls into a spreadsheet. It's not tracking for tracking's sake. It timestamps it so I know which class was which, so I can group it and I can check on each of the groups. It's one form, it's one QR code sitting on my wall, or one form posted to my learner management system, my Teams or my Google Classroom. And I can see, and you can see the email addresses, but I've blocked them out for privacy reasons here. And you can see were they getting it or were they smashing it? And you could conditional format it to go red if somebody said that they weren't getting it. That then takes what is a substitution of that, tell us how we're feeling in the class pulse check, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and augments it and enhances it because it gives us that information to reflect on post-lesson. How often do students get it in the lesson and then the next lesson they've not got it? It's one of those. The other thing that we can do with forms as well is, like I said, about this branching logic. So after I've asked the pulse check question, perhaps I'm not using the same pulse check question with all my groups, and perhaps I've just asked a pulse check question after a hinge point question in a lesson. I might guide them to different resources. So I might say, oh yeah, you're great, you can do this one. Oh, you need a bit more help, you can do this one. And it works the same in Google Forms, whether you're using Microsoft Forms or Google Forms. It's called section based on answer in Microsoft, in Google Forms. And what I've got for you is an example form here. So this is one that I use with my students. So it collects their email address and then they reflect on the learning intention. How do they feel about the learning intention? And then it's got a video, and you'll recognise it's from Mars Maths. She's up next. As soon as I finish talking, we'll bring Mars on. Get them to watch that video. How do you feel? Are you ready to practice, or do you need some more help? I'm ready to practice. Okay, if you're ready to practice, it takes you to here. And it takes them to this one, and they've got the link to the activity to do it. So it opens up the activity. These are self-marking, and this is studymaths.co.uk. It's a fairly old website. It's the predecessor to MathSpot by Study Maths on Twitter, Johnny Hall, but still really useful 10-question worksheets. So they've watched the video, they felt like they're ready to have a go, they've had a go at this worksheet, and they just pop on how many they got right. And then it goes on and it asks them to put a screenshot in and all those sorts of things. But what happens if we go back? What happens if we go back here and we said, after we've reflected on the learning intention, we've got no idea. We've watched the video and we're like, still got no idea? Still got absolutely no idea about what this is. So if we click next this time, it takes them to alternative video. So it takes them to another video explaining the same concept, because sometimes a different voice explaining the same concept might be what the student needs. And then if they're ready to carry on and can say yes, you'll see it links them back up to where we were, and it links them back to that task. And that's using that branching logic and go to section based on answer. And the reason that I really want to mention this today is because if you have mixed ability groups where you are covering functional skills, entry levels up to level 1, if you can build some of these, that will help and guide some of your students and release that pressure from you to add more value to where you're going to add value, rather than directing students to work. You're going to be able to add value to students in other ways as well. So I think we've covered off everything that I wanted on there. I just wanted to show you some of the other websites as well, which have the self-marking activities on. So this is that library that I showed you. I'm just showing you it in edit mode for the purposes of this, but you can see these questions here. So the student selected ratio, they click on the link, it takes them to Maths Kitchen. Maths Kitchen, again, really great resource, is a freemium product. It is free for the majority of it, but there are premium features that you might want to get a hold of. The free version does everything it needs to do. It gives them an exam style question, looks and feels like an exam style question, looks and feels like a GCSE question, but it might be useful for those level 1 learners looking to step up, or those level 2 learners who might want to cover some of this content as well. So Maths Kitchen is a fabulous website as well, and it's self-marked. So if I've not even read the question, if I just put that in and it's saying, no, I got it wrong, remark it. It tells me what I got wrong, tells me the right answer, and then there's a video if you sign up. Now, you can sign up for a free account. Signing up doesn't sign you up to pay for it. So Maths Kitchen is a fabulous, fabulous website. Sorry, my child came home there. As you could see, I was talking away, but hopefully you got to see Study Maths and you got to see Transum on there as well, and you got to see Maths Kitchen. And I never quite understand why people don't give answers out at the time of the lessons. I don't quite get that, because the student knowing whether they got it right or wrong is not the discussion that I want to have. The discussion that I want to have is with the students on, okay, you didn't get it right, but why didn't you get it right? You got it right. Why did you get it right? How would it look if we applied it in this context? How would it look here? So it's a really interesting thing for me when people don't give the answers out. But everything that I set my students is self-marking, and there are tons and tons of websites out there, and you will hear from a couple of the others later on today as well. They have some fabulous resources to share. So that is enough for me with my terrible sound of my children coming in and interrupting me. You can tell it is just after that school time, and they are now screaming in the background as well. So we are going to hop over now to listen to Mars Maths. Now, before I knew Mars as a friend, I used her resources for absolutely ever. And so it's a real honour to now class her as a friend, and she's got some really interesting things to share with us today as well.
We'd received calls, so the following week we'd be inspected by Ofsted. I was planned to teach on the following Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday morning, so chances of them turning up to one of my lessons were quite good. I was aware of that. However, during that weekend, according to my calculations, I was going to be quite safe on Tuesday morning because I wasn't teaching at the centre where inspectors would arrive. So I planned my lesson as I normally do. To my surprise, they knock on my door on Tuesday morning. So all I could do was welcome them in. After about 45 minutes of watching me teach, talking to the learners, looking through their work and other materials, they gave me the best feedback I have received in my teaching career. That wasn't a total surprise because even in the previous inspection, the feedback was really good. I have just said that, not to mean that I'm the best teacher out there, but there might be perhaps one or two things that can be useful if I share today with you. So I'm going to map my approach against the learner journey, starting from day one till the end of the course, picking some of the strategies, approaches, and methods that I use to teach maths to them. My name is Mercida. People often call me Mars, just like the planet or the chocolate brand. And because I've been teaching maths for so long, my second name has become maths. So hence Mars Maths. You've seen me wearing these marigolds, and I wear these on the first day of the course, not only because they're visually appealing and attractive, but because I could do something with them. They have numbers on, so we've got numbers from 6 to 10, and they can help work out the times tables. We know that this is a massive issue with maths learners, even at GCSE level, not just functional skills. So it's worth recognizing that and working towards it. So this trick helps work out the times tables from 6 to 10. So if I want to work out 7 times 6, for example, I'll go 7 times 6. So the fingers that are joined together and the fingers that are underneath them, in this case, we've got 10, 20, 30. So they make the tens. So we've got 10, 20, 30. The fingers above, like we have 4 here and 3 on the other hand, we multiply them together. So 4 times 3 makes 12. Add to that the 30 that we had, that makes 42. So 6 times 7 is 42. Now, for some learners, this might seem too complex. For some learners, this might seem an alternative to memorizing times tables. So it does make some of them feel at ease. And this is what I do in that first session, but also continue to work towards throughout the course, sharing some tricks that makes them feel at ease. Now, although I was familiar with the times tables hand trick, I wasn't familiar with the idea of wearing marigolds. So that credit goes to Julia Smith, who is known as Tez Maths on Twitter. As well as this trick, I try and share other tricks that make connections between times tables, such as the 9s times tables or 4s linking to the 8s and the 12s and so on. So I experiment with those and I share those with the learners right from day one as well, to help them feel at ease and feel like they can do it. So I'm going to take you through that journey that I take my learners in. So as well as these, I try and bring fun activities and games, but always trying to keep a balance between the real maths and this, so that learners don't think that maths is going to be too easy and they don't need to turn up to every lesson. So keeping a balance there. One of the things that I try and deal with right from day one is maths anxiety, because we know that it is there. Children and adults alike, they suffer from maths anxiety. And opening that discussion right from day one is going to help learners, so that then we can share strategies. And it also makes them feel like there are other people who go through the same thing. They're not isolated. So I get them to write a letter to maths. So just a couple of sentences. Dear maths, I like you. Dear maths, you make me feel anxious. Dear maths, I hate you. Whatever feeling maths provokes in them. And we go back to this letter again halfway through the course, as well as at the end of the course. So you can see that journey and track that journey that they've gone through in terms of dealing with maths anxiety. But it's also an opportunity for them to open up and share strategies and help each other. Linking with that, neurodiversity. We know that quite a few of our learners will have learning difficulties or disabilities, and we need to talk about those, because if we do right from day one, then chances of them seeking support are greater, and chances of them being supported are greater as well. I start by saying that I am dyslexic. I'm only mildly dyslexic, but I don't tell them that. And that's the idea, so that I can encourage them to open up and share. Also, in those few sessions, I asked learners to email me an animated image of their dream job or dream career, or what they want to become, so that I am aware of where they want to get to. And I try and incorporate and embed that into my lessons wherever possible. So when it comes to estimation, for example, I'll use that information and I'll ask them to estimate the lifetime earnings in their chosen career, or when it comes to percentages, they can work out income tax for their chosen career. So it makes it relevant for them. Then during the course, I try to work on what I've touched on at the beginning of the course, but I also try and give my lessons a structure that is similar in almost every session, and it helps learners know what to expect. I'll share with you what my lesson structure looks like. I realized that it takes the shape of a vase, with the wider areas being the areas where there is more personalized learning and opportunities or choices of tasks, different tasks. So we start right at the bottom of it with a starter activity, which is typically a 5-a-day activity, or a silver, bronze, or gold activity. So there is differentiation, and it's available there on the tables as learners come in. And we do set the time limit. So as long as learners have done some of them, then that is really good. I've got to thank here MathsBot for the brilliant 5-a-day activities. And then after we've done this starter activity, I tend to stop to share lesson objectives and applications of the topic that I'm teaching in real life, and how or what could happen if learners are not going to spend time on that topic or not going to master that topic. This is the point where I start assessing the starting points of the learners. So it could be a quick quiz, like a Kahoot quiz, for example, with the low level learners. However, with the higher level learners and those that are more independent, I tend to use flip learning, which means that I give a session in advance. I give them a sort of worksheet to record their answers on. So it has a few questions, just a couple of questions that matches each objective of the lesson. And learners complete that before they come to class. And based on these answers, I make pairs and groups and sometimes give individual work. So it shapes the next stages of my lesson. So learners then work on fluency activities such as card matching or dominoes or interactive games. But all of this is based on fluency so that they get the calculations right. After they've done this, which has a time limit, then we get together and we apply this. So a task that involves really them rolling up their sleeves and applying the skill, such as measuring the perimeter of the classroom or the area, because we're going to pretend to be buying a skirting board or carpet for the classroom. Then we move to reasoning and problem solving. Although learners might know how to work out the calculations, do they know how to go backwards? Can they see it from a different perspective? So you will know that most of the learners will know that the mean means adding the numbers in a data set together and dividing by how many there are. But if you leave out one of these numbers and you give them all the necessary information to work it out, are they able to do so? And typically they're not. So it's always important that we do that, so it deepens their understanding of the topics. Also exposing misconceptions, because although we know that the learners might be able to do the calculations and they might get them right, even if they are really strong learners, it's very important to expose these misconceptions because we know that they might get things wrong. And as teachers, by knowing the common pitfalls and bringing those to the lessons, it's an added bonus and it's an opportunity for learners to deepen their understanding and avoid common mistakes in the exam and everyday life. In terms of homework, I like it to be challenging, so it's often differentiated for the learners. And although I've done them most of my time as kind of paper-based or interactive quizzes, nowadays there are platforms available that you can use to do that, such as FEPod, who we've got here today. And they've designed their resources specifically for FE. So that means that it could be really useful. So it's worth giving them a try. And they have got plenty of worded examples, which are in exam style. So having said that, this is kind of the common structure of my lessons. When it comes to certain topics like working with circles, like the circumference of a circle, I like to encourage learners to investigate. So I'd bring a piece of string, and the learners will need to work out how many of the diameters fit into the circumference of a circle. So they understand the meaning of pi, basically. And they always have centicubes, counters, and matchsticks to use in every lesson so that they can see maths visually and understand what's happening. Similarly, when it comes to shapes, such as working out the volume of pyramids, for example, even if they don't need to remember the formula for the volume of a pyramid, it always helps to know where the numbers are coming from, why, what are we doing with the formula. So I fill shapes with jelly, and I try and make connections with things that learners already know. So these two shapes, we've got a pyramid and we've got a cube. They have the same base and they have the same height. And I ask learners to guess how many pyramids would fit into the cube. So we've put in the jelly. Learners can actually try and do that themselves, and it works out that it's exactly 3 of them. So that's where the 3 or the 1/3 in the formula is coming from when we talk about the volume of pyramids. And then does that also work with a cone and a cylinder? And yes, it is. But learners, this way, they actually can see it themselves and try it out, and it helps with long-term memory. And you might ask, why jelly? Why not water or rice or something else, which is easier for us as teachers? So you might ask, why jelly and not rice or water, for example? I use jelly because you can easily cut it and also see another dimension of volume, not just length times width times height, but also like layers of the base going up. And that helps a lot then when it comes to looking at the volume of a prism or the volume of a cylinder and understanding why they're doing what they're doing when they calculate. Also, another thing, when it comes to surface area of spheres, they might not need to remember the formula for functional skills, but it's always handy. And, they can see that the formula includes the circle area formula. So where is the circle here? And by cutting the orange in half, they can see that. So drawing around this, I then ask learners, if I peel the skin of the orange, how many of these circles could I fill? How many could I cover? And we try it out. And it actually works out as 4. And that's where the formula is coming from, or that's what it means. So as well as these tasks being practical and hands-on and helping learners with a long-term memory, it can hopefully inspire them to study a STEM subject, in the next step as well. And I want to also reiterate here the need for retrieval practice and interleaving. So as well as structure and consistency, I think it's also important to embed interleaving and retrieval practices. So having 5-a-day activities at the start of the lesson probably is not going to be enough. So if you do end of unit assessments, why not repeat an assessment that was done for the previous unit? So come back to it and revise those topics again. Having a mind map as well might be really useful. So adding information after every session and bringing everything together. Creating a sense of community, I think, is also very important, because this is the learner's journey. They're going through this together. So it's a number of them working and collaborating. Why not create some opportunities for them to thank each other, to appreciate each other for the help that they've received. And it also links well with well-being. And staying with that, it's important that we prioritize learners' well-being, and we don't send a number of emails in a week rather than, you know, having perhaps one email that has quite a few points in there, which also helps them consider the fact that they shouldn't be sending you a number of emails every day to ask for feedback or other demands. Engaging learners in designing the curriculum, I think, is really important. So if you have a plan to do a number of projects, why not get learners to choose which one to go for? I tend to do, at the end of the unit, a hands-on project, and I'll mention here an example, which is a fundraising project that I tend to do. So learners bring in ingredients and they bake and they sell the cakes for charity. They make milkshakes as well and sell those, and then at the end they write a letter to the charity that the money is going to be donated to explain what's happened and why they've chosen that particular charity. So coming on to the end of the course, it's important then at the end we consider whether they've achieved their goals and what are the next steps. Can we use some feedback from them to design the course next year better, to suit learners even better? And throughout this journey that I described, I try to emphasize that learners can do it, so you can do it, and that difference is good. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through some of the tricks or approaches or methods that I use to teach some of the key topics. And we'll start with decimals, fractions, and percentages. I use for all three of them a resource which has no title and has no questions in there, just a number of bars split into equal parts. And it looks like this. So some parts are highlighted, and learners have to add the decimal for each division when it comes to the decimal lesson, then fraction. So ask them to take out the same resource and add underneath the decimals the fractions, and stop at make the link between decimals and fractions. And then again, we repeat that for percentages so the learners can make those connections. Stopping at fractions to see the meaning, to see them visually as well. So 1/2 means 1 out of 2 parts. It means 1 out of 2 items. It means 1 divided by 2. And also one thing that I always mention is that the fraction looks like a division sign in a calculator. So it means dividing that top number by the bottom number. And then percentages, just like the name suggests, percent out of 100. So ensuring that the learners know that, and linking to cents in a euro or pence in a pound. And that also links well when it comes to converting percentages to decimals. So percentages, so just 20% is the same as 20 pence in a pound. Ratio, always use squash to introduce ratio. So we read the instructions in a bottle of squash. So if it says the ratio of squash to water is 1:4, we then fill a cup, a plastic cup, transparent, and we see what that looks like. And then in another cup, we change the ratio to 2:3, and then 3:2, and then 4:1. So they can see the color changing, getting darker and darker. And they can see that although it's the same amount, when you change the ratio, the consistency changes as well. The color, in this case, changes. So there is more squash if you change that ratio and you change the units in that first part of the ratio specifically. Also, then look at, okay, so using the ratio that has been given to us, which is 1 to 4, for example, how many would I need if I wanted to make 2 cups? So I'm going to double the amount of both squash and water. Same thing if I needed 3, 4, and so on. Also, stopping at the total number of units. So in this case, as it's illustrated in here, we've got 2 to 3, and the total number of units is 5. What's going to happen if I double each part? So if I double the 2, I'm going to get 4. If I double the 3, I'm going to get 6. What's going to happen to the 5? The 5 is going to be doubled as well. Best by questions, reiterating always using the same unit, so getting down to the same unit. What's the price for the same unit for both of the offers, or how much can you get for £1 with both of the offers? And using a Padlet, so asking learners to take pictures of offers in supermarkets and upload them on a Padlet so others can answer them as well, and there can be discussion in the classroom about those. Area and perimeter. So for the lower levels that get confused between area and perimeter, both area and all begin with A. So area means all, the whole thing, the whole surface, and perimeter is the rim, so going around. And when it comes to kind of level 1 and 2, where they need to work out perimeters of compound shapes, one thing that learners do is forgetting to count one of the lengths, to add one of the lengths. And I always encourage them to cross out as they go along so they don't miss any of them out. Probability, if they've got a strong foundation on fractions, decimals, and percentages, they are more or less okay with probability at this level. And now at level 2, they've got to work out probability of something happening and something happening. And I always say, if you ask for more, you're going to get less. So if you ask for this and this, you're going to get less. So the result is going to be less than the probability for each of these separately, these events separately. So, and you get that when you multiply. So when you multiply the fractions or the decimals that are lower than 1. So in terms of time, I think repetition is really key, but when it comes to the very low levels who get confused between AM and PM, in the alphabet, A comes before P. So A is for the morning and AM is for the morning and PM is for the afternoon. And then at the kind of higher levels where they've got to convert within the same system, we've got 2.5 hours, for example. So we know we've got a base of 60 because there are 60 seconds in a minute or 60 minutes in an hour. So 2.5 hours, that is 2.5 of 60, 2.5 times 60. So reiterating that sort of thing. When it comes to weight, it's always practical, hands-on, so getting them to estimate the weight of different items and then measuring the weight and comparing. Also the project that I mentioned earlier, fundraising, where they bring in ingredients and they measure. Units, getting confused. Is it 100 grams in a gram? Is it 1,000? They all know K in social media now means 1,000. So kg means 1,000 grams. So I use that as a way to help them remember. When it comes to plants and elevations, I always use centicubes, so they can take pictures of the shape, that 3D shape that we've created with a centicube from the top, on the sides, and they can create their own shapes as well and take pictures of those, put them on a Padlet, and they can answer each other's questions. And pie charts, I tend to use Excel as well, so that learners can get a bit of context on something and use the data to convert it to pie charts, and they can see it visually that 3 out of 9 means a third, and it links to the fractions as well. And then they can compare the data, they can interpret it more easily. And finally, we've got coordinates. Nothing massive in here, but perhaps the idea of starting with the x coordinate and then looking at the y coordinate is that, which can be confusing for some learners, is that idea of entering the house. So you enter it horizontally and then you go up or down the stairs. So I hope that I've given you some ideas. And I started with Ofsted and I'm going to end with Ofsted. I'm going to say, forget about Ofsted. Your learners are your Ofsted. They are more important than Ofsted. If you plan each lesson as if you're going to be inspected, then you've done your best. You've done your best for your learners. Thank you.
Wasn't that exciting? Absolutely loved that. Really, really enjoyed that from Maz. I'm a bit nosy. I like to see how other people run their lessons. There's nothing nicer than looking through someone's door and seeing how they teach it. Really pleased that I teach fractions, decimals and percentages the same way that Maz Maths does. Must be doing something right. Okay, so we are coming now to FE Pod, one of our sponsors of the event today, and a huge thanks to them, because if they didn't sponsor events like this, we wouldn't be able to do events like this. And I'm sure we're all experiencing that this is only one of a handful of times that something like this has happened, purely for functional skills, purely for FE and purely for English and maths. So a big thanks to them for putting their focus here today. They have sent a wonderful presenter. I'm going to meet her live now. But we've had email interaction. She seems like a lovely, normal human being. So she wins already. I'm going to bring in Alison now. Hi, Alison. Oh, you're on mute. Unmute for us. Don't worry, I just did it for ages and didn't realise.
Sorry, I'm not very technical.
Don't worry, we've got it. Alison, welcome.
Thank
I'm going to
you.
pop our slides on the screen and then I'm going to disappear. All right, I'm sure everyone's very interested to hear what you have to say. All right?
Okay, yeah, thank you. Hello, everybody. Can you all see my screen? I'm not sure if you can see it.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, Alison, we're all good.
Perfect. Okay. So my name's Alison Vine and I am an English functional skills lecturer at Kidderminster College. And we were asked to take part in a trial with FE Pod as an additional resource for our learners. So I just want to say a little bit about myself. As I said, my name's Alison Vine. I've been teaching for 16 years in the adult sector. I began life as an ESOL teacher, which is what I love to do. I love teaching foreign students. But I did that for many years, and then I moved to Kidderminster College about 7 years ago, and I've diversified into functional skills. So I currently teach levels 1 and 2 to both ESOL and English students. Some of them are in individual classes. Sometimes I've got mixed classes. So a little bit about the background at Kidderminster College. We're quite a small college, and we have a very small functional skills provision. We in 2020, like last year, we had about 40 learners on our functional skills, and that was mostly level 2. We only had about 10 that were entry 3 and level 1. Entry levels, we tend to teach with ESOL students on stepping stones, so they just do small little units. That was what they did last year. However, last year, due to COVID, I suppose, we found that our results were quite mixed, really. We lost an awful lot of learners during lockdown. So, I mean, if you think back to last year, we initially came back into the classroom in September. And then after Christmas, we were all locked down again. So students moved to online learning. And then we found when we came back in March, we'd actually lost quite a lot of students. for one reason or another. So the result of the lockdown really was that our exam results were quite varied. Everybody passed speaking and listening. The majority passed reading, but we found that the writing results were quite disappointing. And traditionally, that's the most challenging area for learners. So we sort of delved into that a little bit to see why the writing results were so disappointing. And we sort of discovered that really, when it came to the lockdown, we found our adult learners didn't really engage with online learning in terms of live lessons. Some of them just don't like the technology. They couldn't work the technology. We found some learners didn't have laptops. They didn't actually have the means to access lessons at home. And another big factor was that their children were obviously learning at home, probably using the laptop at the time when the students were supposed to be in their lessons. So obviously their children took priority. So that had a massive impact really on our provision. Secondly, the writing part is usually the most challenging, particularly for ESOL students. And that was the part that we had to conduct away from the classroom. So we'd started the year with the reading, which we did face-to-face. Speaking and listening, they did when we returned. But the writing was the bit that we did online. And that was the area that they find most difficult. So we realised when we came back to college, there wasn't really enough time to fully support them to pass their writing exam. They took their reading exams, they took their speaking and listening, but the writing had sort of taken a back seat. So what we decided to do this year was to start with the writing, to allow those learners that hadn't completed the opportunity to complete, and give extra time to our new learners to develop their writing skills. And then we also agreed to take part in the trial of the FE pod, so that our learners had an extra resource that would allow them to work in their own time, developing their skills on an individual basis, because of course we're all different and everyone has areas of strength and weakness, and that's what the FE pod does. It allows them to sort of focus on the areas that they really need to focus on. So this year, our provision has changed slightly. All of our functional skills students are over 19. Any students we have in the college that are under 19 do GCSE, so it's an adult-only provision. And this year, we've got an increase in numbers. And you'll see there that our entry-level students are now doing functional skills. We're sort of trying this as a bit of an experiment to see if the results are better because of the retention issues we had last year. But just for the purposes of this, all the entry-level learners are ESOL students. So we were doing the trial with level 1s and level 2s who are a mixture of ESOL and English students. So this doesn't include the entry levels at this stage. So we ran the trial with 2 of my classes, but the first one, we had 7 level 1 students and one level 2, a mixture of ESOL and English students. I picked that class because they're very motivated and they're always sort of happy to try new things and engage. So I thought they'd actually be a really good example to use for that group. And then we also ran a control group of 6 level 2 students who just took the initial assessment at the beginning and after the trial. So they didn't have access to the content during the trial. So they began in October, sort of about October half term time. So all the students went online and they did the initial assessment. So the way it works is you do the test. Some of it's audio, so it also assesses speaking, listening skills as well as the reading and writing. And then once they've done that, there's like an ILP which was produced for each learner, which is very tailored to what they need. And what I found then was I sort of left them to it. So they downloaded the app or they used their laptops or iPads or whatever at home and they worked on it in their own time. But I said to them, try and use it as much as you can because we've only got it for a month, just to see what you think. And, I wanted feedback and stuff from them. So they had it for a month, and then they did the initial assessment again. So obviously the idea was that after a month their initial score would improve. So looking at the results, mostly positive. The majority of learners really engaged with it. What I found was slightly younger ones really engaged with it. Some of the older students needed a little bit of persuasion. Some of them were a little bit technophobes, so they needed a bit of persuasion. But on the whole, they really engaged with it, and they really enjoyed it. They found it very intuitive. They found it very easy to use, and they learned a lot from it. And then they all took the initial assessment again, and the overwhelm, I think all of them bar one got a higher score. And I think that particular student had a little bit of a technical problem with it. Of course, with every positive, there's a negative. So the negatives that we found were when it came to the actual functionality of the software, we've got some dyslexic students who needed a different coloured screen, but the platform was quite difficult for them to use. You had to sort of move a little slider along to sort of change the colour and the depth of the colour, and it was too complicated really. So what we ended up doing was just going and getting an overlay and putting it physically over the screen, which wasn't ideal. But they couldn't, if they used their software, they couldn't read the content underneath it. And as I said previously, not all the learners were engaged with the platform. Some of them were intimidated by the technology, and I think some people just prefer a more traditional approach. They like that one-to-one in the classroom, and I think you do get that more with adult learners. When they look back at their experience at school, they want the teacher there next to them explaining and stuff. So sometimes they don't work as well with the technology. So generally, students loved it. They were overwhelmingly positive. There's some comments from them. They sort of said they loved it. It's easy to use. And also, can we keep it? Because obviously we only had it for the trial period, and that was the main comment that came out of it, was that they were disappointed that they'd only had it for a trial and that we hadn't got it as a permanent thing at the moment. So really that was our experience. So thank you for listening. Does anybody have any questions?
Awesome, Alison. Thank you. I'm just going to say your slides weren't moving along as we were going through, but I have done some wizardry. I've done some wizardry in the back end, and I'm currently putting them on the website so everyone can get them, and that address is at the bottom to be able to see those quotes from the students. And I'm just opening it up on my screen now. So if I just share this screen, so just bear with me. And I'll try not to mute myself and have a car crash like I did last time. So there we go. Let me share this tab. So if I share that and share that and share that. Here we go. Student comments. So they were overwhelmingly positive, really easy to use, and can we keep? I think that's always the thing, isn't it? When we show them something new, there's always the risk that they'll just really want to keep it.
Yeah, they were quite disappointed, really, because it is only on, it's still under development. So, but I was really pleased with the way they engaged with it, actually, because they hadn't really seen anything like that before. I think when you're with adults, I think the under 19s, the full-time students, they sort of take some of this technology for granted and they'll use it all the time intuitively. But for adult learners, it's not always that clear, really. So it was brilliant to give them the opportunity to try it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that's been the theme for today, is that, adults need that little bit different. It needs to look and feel different. And it's all about building that confidence for students as well. And I think that's really important. Did you find that it built confidence for students?
It did with some of them. I mean, particularly I've got a couple of ESOL students who loved it because, they could go on their grammar bit, they could go on the punctuation bit, and they just really engaged with it completely. And a lot of them have put it on their phone. So if they're, on the bus or something, they would sit and have a look at it, and they sort of made it fit in with their own life. So yeah, I think it was pretty positive.
And I think that's it, isn't it? They can fit round. I was interested in what you were saying about devices. So were you finding that people were accessing it on mobile phones rather than the laptops then, because of the pressures at home?
Yeah, I would say they all put it on their phones, but I don't know whether the majority used it on their phones. I think it just depended on their own personal circumstances, really.
Yeah.
But certainly I find that, you know, everyone's got a phone glued to their hand these days, haven't they? And I think that aspect of it was really good.
Yeah,
they could put it on their phone.
It's the most powerful computer a lot of the students hold, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And that's what we discovered during lockdown generally within the college was, you know, delivering online lessons. They were using their phones and stuff on Teams to, you know, access the content. So you're right, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that's it, isn't it? It's that it's understanding the technology, but also putting it in their hands as well. What I found interesting as well, because I don't teach English, I'm maths. Is you were saying that it does speaking and listening as well as the grammar. Is there anything else that does all of it together that you've used before?
We have BKSB in college at the
Okay.
moment, which we use as initial assessment and diagnostic mainly, but that I don't believe that does speaking, listening. And I don't use that with my students, that's with the full-time students. But as far as I know, it doesn't do speaking.
Yeah, I was just interested because I don't think I've come across anything that does all of it all together.
No.
Where I teach, we use BKSB for diagnosis. I pull that face, not personally anything against BKSB, it's because it's that feeling of enrollment and that feeling of diagnostic assessment. I flashbacks every year,
Yeah,
and every
yeah,
year
yeah.
we go through this feeling, don't we?
Yes, we do, definitely.
But we wouldn't work in any other sector, and that's why we choose and love to
No,
work
absolutely.
in Alison, it's been absolutely lovely to meet you. Thank you for sharing
Pleasure.
with us.
I'm
today,
sorry
and
about my slides.
don't worry, I popped them on the site. I'm having a few time lags here, but they are there. They'll be up in a matter of moments for everyone as well. But thank you very much for joining us today, Alison.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm going to hand over now to a colleague, Peter. Peter is from Transform Education, but he's going to be talking today about the BLC, the Blended Learning Consortium. I'm sure he'll explain more about it for you. I'm going to bring Peter in now. Hello, Peter. How are you?
Hello there, Sammy. I'm very well. How are you? And thanks very much for asking me to join you today.
You're in a physical building.
I am, yes.
Peter travels in a motorhome, and normally we catch him at the side of a road.
Yeah. So I do a lot of my work from my camper van, but I am in a room today.
Absolutely brilliant. Right, Peter, I'll leave it hand over to you. If you want to
Okay, so I'm going to share screen. So
yeah.
Let's just check this works.
I can't comment. I had terrible technology issues earlier, so.
Right, okay, so it's right. And how do I share audio? Oh, I see. There's a tick box. Okay, got it. I think I'm good to go. Okay,
all right,
so
let me pop you on and I'll disappear.
Brilliant. Okay. Right, so I've got about 10 minutes, hello, Sammy.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to talk to you about two things very quickly today, which is the Blended Learning Consortium and a tool called Audactive. So first, I want to talk to you about the Blended Learning Consortium, and what you're seeing on the screen here is the website for the BLC, which is blc-fe.org. And this is something I set up 7 years ago as a way to get colleges working collaboratively on developing high quality blended learning content. And my initial goal was, I was at the time the ILT director at Heart of Worcestershire College, and I was looking to get around 10 colleges working together and sharing the costs and the work of building high quality content. But the BLC idea really took off, and currently we have 156 colleges. So it's about 60% of the colleges in the UK are members of the BLC. So I know there's a few hundred of you on this meeting today. So the odds are that most of you, but not all of you, will be from colleges that are in the BLC. So this is a Google map showing all the colleges. And if I just quickly whiz down this page, you can see the logos of the member colleges. So what the BLC does is it creates high quality interactive content. And the reason why I wanted to talk to you all today is that we have a lot of content for both maths and English. And so if your college is a member of the Blended Learning Consortium, you have access to all of this content. If you're not a member, do talk to your digital learning manager if you think this content looks interesting, and say that you'd like to be involved and you'd like your college to consider joining the consortium, because it's open to any college. So this is, if you go to the BLC website and click on this link that says subjects, it will take you to this page, and from here you can see sample material for various levels of maths and English, going through entry level through to level 3, and these are sample resources. There's well over 300 resources in total for maths and English. So I'm just going to show you a couple of these very briefly. So this is a functional skills maths resource.
Welcome to this session on division. By the end of the session, you will be able to understand that division is a method of repeated subtraction, understand key vocabulary used in division, be able to divide by 10, 100 and 1000, and be able to solve division problems in everyday settings.
So each resource is
You will
designed
need
to
a
be
pair of
between sort of
headphones.
40 minutes to an hour of learning, involves a number of slides with information, with examples. And if I click here, I can jump ahead. So all of the slides involve, all of the resources involve some assessments.
Drag
And if you
and
use the
drop the
VLE,
division to match the repeated subtraction example.
if you use a VLE, then the scores that your learners get on these will be recorded on, actually I think that's there, in the grade book on the VLE. And so that just briefly gives you an idea. This is an example of an English functional skills resource on fake news.
Welcome to this session on fact and opinion. In this session, we are going to look at what facts and opinions are and the different places where we are likely to find them. By the end of this session,
so again, this resource is a whole lot of 12 different slides. The learner works with one slide at a time, and within the resource there are questions for the learners to interact with, and these questions are all recorded on the grade book. So that again gives you a bit of an idea, and there's a lot more. If you go to this page, blc-fe.org, click on the subjects link, and you click on these, you can explore these sample resources yourselves further on. Okay, so that's the Blended Learning Consortium. And the next thing I want to talk to you about is Audactive. Now, Audactive is a new tool, and I heard Sammy talking about tools that enable you to do listening and speaking as well as reading and writing. And in fact, Audactive is a tool that does this. So I've been project managing a pilot for a UFI project on Audactive for the last year or so. So if you go to audactive.com, you can have a look at Audactive. You can create an account, and you can either create your own resources on Audactive or use resources that other teachers have created. And there's well over 100 resources on here now, primarily ESOL and modern foreign languages. So I'm going to just click on one of these resources now. And this is an English comprehension task. that a teacher has created, based around this teacher uses this dog in a lot of their resource, Stasia, and writes a lot of activities around Stasia, where the learners can read this and then have to answer some multiple choice and then some open answer questions. And what's very nice about Audactive is the learner has the option of either reading the resource or listening to it.
I'm Stasia, the prettiest pug in the world, and a star. At least this is what my Aunt Isabella calls me, and she knows what she's talking about. Today,
so they can skip ahead using that button.
The veterinary surgery is located near the city center, which means we're going on a bus.
And so there are two different types of assessment types that if you're a teacher and you're creating resources in Audactive, which are multiple choice, which the teacher here has used true or false. And the students can either interact with these through selecting the answer there, or false, they can speak to it. Now, I think because the webinar is using my microphone, the ability for me to speak to this is probably not working correctly at the moment. But if you have a go, I'll see if it will allow me to. Stasia likes to go on the bus. I see that's working there. So you can see that what I'm speaking is being picked up there in that thing. I think it's not working completely perfectly because the microphone is being used by the webinar plus this. But you see, this Audactive allows you to create activities for your learners where they can either type responses or speak them, and what they speak gets converted into text. It's a very simple platform for you to create your own resources. You create an account. So this is my account. If I click on Teach, this is what I will see. I click on Create a New Resource, and then from here, I can just click on the plus and start to build a resource, adding images, links, multiple choice questions. And once my resource is finished, I just click on Publish, and then I can share that resource with my learners. So just a couple of things that I wanted to tell you a little bit about, and just some links if you want to find out more about either of those. The Blended Learning Consortium, blc-fe.org. You can have a look at those sample resources. If you're not sure if your college is a member of the BLC, talk to whoever is in charge of learning technology, EdTech, ILT, whatever it's called in your college. And if you're not members, suggest to your manager that you should consider becoming members. Audactive, if you go to audactive.com, you can create an account, use the resources already there, share those resources with your students, or create your own resources. And if you've got any questions afterwards about either of these, just email me, peter@transformeducation.co.uk. Okay, any questions?
Fab, Peter. No, I don't think we've got any questions that have come in. Thank you. That was brilliant. Whistle stop tour in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks very much for asking me today, Sammy.
Thanks, Peter. Okay, so now we have Matt joining us. Matt, I found his site first. Obviously, used the resource lots. Then I stalked him on Twitter. Then he's done a bit of stalking of me on Twitter. I think we're now friends, don't you, Matt?
I hope so.
So Matt's got a fabulous resource to share with us. Please be kind. He's not from FE, but he's got a fabulous resource that I've been using in FE for a really long time, and I think it's got so much potential, and I think it's going to really impress you. So Matt, I'm going to disappear and bring your screen up. Off you go.
All right. So my name is Matt Woodfine. I'm a lead practitioner from Hinchinbrook School, and over the last year, I've been developing the Maths Whiteboard site. This has basically been a culmination of all my little research ideas over the last year, and I've put all my kind of development onto Maths Whiteboard. It started off with initially the idea that I wanted to be able to make better use of mini whiteboards in the classroom, especially when we came out of lockdown. And I think since then it's been sort of like rolling into different parts of my lesson as and when kind of like a teaching need has needed to be focused on in my school. So what I wanted to do during this session is rather than talk about sort of like the whole site, I'm actually going to show you how I would use this to plan and prepare for a lesson, and then hopefully it will kind of give you a few ideas, a taste of what's available on the site. So the first thing I'm going to show you is actually under the starters and revision activity, and it's my last whiteboard. Now, if I'm coming to begin a topic, retrieval practice is incredibly essential. And it might be that in this case, last lesson, I was focusing on multiplication. So I might look at the column multiplication technique. I might have a look at the fact that a few weeks ago, I was looking at area of 2D shapes. And then I might just have a few other things from a few weeks ago, a few months ago. Okay, now at the backbone of what my website is all about is it's a topic bank. But rather than having set questions, it's actually a question generator. So the whole site is basically is built up of about 180 different topics at the moment, but each of them are differentiated in up to 6 different ways. And as you can see here, although I selected short division for the first topic, you can see the stars going down the right-hand side. So if I select a 1 star, it will keep generating a 1-star question. But if I select 2, it will go on to a 2-star question, 3, and so on. And eventually what you can get is this nice way of if a lesson has progressed a little bit quicker than what you'd expected, you can up the star rating and then have a different level of thinking. So this one I quite like because it kind of digs a little bit deeper into how you arrive at the working in your answer, and therefore you have to work backwards. And the same thing even for the area questions. So here we've got counting squares, and if I scroll into the next star, we then move into triangles and rectangles, and then it will just get progressively hard. And you can kind of see that if I select a 6-star question, it's a lot more difficult than what the 1 or 2-star questions were. In the menu, you actually get a description of what each of the stars are within a particular topic area. So it's hopefully a very quick and easy way of building a starter. What's made even better is the fact that if you select any question, it will give you the answer as well. So very quick to mark as well. So that's my starter done. And I then might move into the next phase, which is on the Maths Whiteboard. Actually, this is where the site was first born. And I might be delivering a topic on area of composite shapes. So I've got an idea that obviously kids have come to my class with some basic understanding of area of 2D shapes. So I might want to have a mini whiteboard activity to be able to just assess where they're at. Has everyone retrieved everything from a previous lesson to bring to this one? So I'll have a question full page up in front of me, and then I can ask them to show me their answers on their mini whiteboards. As soon as I keep clicking through the questions are then continually changing, and I'm continually getting their feedback. And obviously I can keep going to a point where maybe we're quite confident with 2D shapes. So I will move into composite. And then all of a sudden, we get to a question where they're really struggling. And this is where I'd like to pause the lesson and start thinking about the next phase, which is teaching pairs, modeling. So I can actually demonstrate what I would expect from students if I wanted them to be successful. So opening up the banner, we can see that we've got 3 different options here. We've got Model It, Mini Whiteboard, which is what I've been using. So I'm going to use the Model It. And selecting this will bring up my teaching pair examples. We had a real drive in our school for I do, we do, you do. And in some cases, you might not actually need the we do, so you can actually just have an I do, you do example. I've developed a pen toolkit so that if you have a stylus or anything like that, then you can actually scribble on the screen. So you can actually demonstrate as and when you're writing on the screen or on your whiteboard how you arrive at a particular answer. What's made even better is the fact that I can actually record this as and when I'm doing it. So if I now demonstrate that I can divide the shape into two, so I've got shape A, shape B, 6 times 3, and then this one would be also 1, so that would be 5 times 1. And the nice thing about this is if I stop the recording, I can actually play this back and actually then pose questions to the students about my live annotations. So as my writing comes up on the board, I can be posing, well, what was I thinking at this point, and getting them to recite the stages and their understanding of what I've explained. As soon as I've done that, then obviously I can move on to the next stage of the working, which is for them to have a go at their own question. So on the right-hand side, they can then have a go at the question, and I can click on the question in order to then show the answer, to just double check that they've got it. Now, obviously, one of my old bosses always used to say, don't confuse understanding with learning, and it's nice to have some practice questions. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we've actually got the secure whiteboard. And selecting this will basically fill up the screen with 6 questions. Each of them are then going to be related to that one skill that I selected. So in this case, we've got 6 questions where the shape is slightly changing every single time. And then they can have a go at it. 6 questions just to consolidate this idea. Same thing again, if I then select the question, we've then got our answers. So it's a nice, easy click and collect tool. One of the other things that we can do on the site is under the printable section, we can actually generate a range of different activities in order to sort of like engage pupils. So one of the things that I wanted to quickly talk about is the code breaker tool. Now, I really like this because it's a lovely way of getting students or learners to engage with practice consolidation questions, but in a nice, quirky way. So, for instance, if I could stick with the topic of area, but let's just say I move into percentages, for example, or fractions, decimals, percentages. Then one of the things I can do is select how difficult I want to make it based on the descriptors of that one skill. So here you can see a 1-star is converting between common FDP, 2-star is convert between just general fractions, decimals, percentages. A 5-star would be converting a recurring decimal to a fraction. The 3 and the 4 might be a question that's perhaps too big in order to fit into this activity, so therefore it doesn't have a little jump. And then I can actually select the question that I want, and then also the thing that the students are then, or the learners are trying to decode through this activity. Selecting preview, it will come up with an example of what this activity will look like. So here you can see I've got the alphabet A to Z, and then a question associated with every single one. If I scroll down onto the second page, because it basically generates a PDF, there you can see I've got my question, why could the angle not get a loan? And then obviously the thing that the students or the learners need to decode. This can be exported into a PDF, so just click create activity, and then you'll get a PDF of the activity, the answers, and yeah, you can just print that out. Now, obviously, what my website is really good at is focusing on the core knowledge of a particular topic. And one of the things I kind of developed, especially when we were looking at online learning through lockdown, is the ability to actually import PDFs. So I love the idea that, corporate maths has obviously done an incredible amount of work, and I do generally use this as like a summary in my lesson, just to double check where students are at. And we can actually import PDFs into my website, and then there we go. We can actually see question 1 and I can grab my pen tool and actually write over PDFs. There are very few sites that enable me to do that just as easily as what I've shown you. So yeah, this is basically the Mass Whiteboard site. It has so much potential because basically this has been a combination of lots of different research ideas over the last year, of which you can kind of see just how easy it is to get the basics of or the foundations of a good lesson there. Some other little things that are worth mentioning are Level Up, which is basically a program that I've started to develop in order to focus on numeracy, and quite literally at the backbone of what is the Mass Whiteboard site, 6 stars of variation. I've kind of grouped particular skills into like level 1, level 2, level 3. And I've started to create worksheets based on my worksheet generator, and then also videos associated with it as well.
Fab, Matt, absolutely brilliant. I am going to cut you there. There's lots of love for you happening in the chat. Thank you. That's a brilliant share, and I think it'll be a new sight on many people. So I'm really pleased you were able to come along today.
Cool.
Great. Thanks very much, Matt. I always feel a bit rude doing that, but time is tight and we want to get done, and I want to try and redeem myself from it earlier on today as well. So just to do a close then, I've got the second bit of my EdTech presentation for you. And I always start with this, in that teachers should always support pupils' motivation to undertake the learning tasks. And I think everything we've looked at today supports that motivation, motivates the students, and how as teachers we can do that. And that pupil to pupil and pupil-teacher talk helps build knowledge and understanding. So creating those spaces for them to connect, creating opportunities for them to discuss their ideas, if we think back to the Joe Bowler 7 key messages earlier as well. So something that I've made, and Mars talked about it as well, is like a mind map. So this is just a slide, and these are just objects in the slide, and I ask them, what would you want to tell yourself about, and then the topic. I call them cheat sheets. I say, imagine you've got 2 minutes before your exam. What are you going to tell yourself about this topic? And the idea being that over the course of time, we build up a bank of these cheat sheets, and it's what it means to them. And so here's an example. So this is about angles in parallel lines, and I appreciate this is a GCSE topic. And you can see that the notes here don't say F and Z. Spellings, corresponding, alternate. That's what it means to them. It's not actually the principles of angles in parallel lines that they're wanting to remind themselves of. They're wanting to remind themselves of what it means to them and what mistakes did they make that they want to overcome, thinking about Joe Bowler's key messages and that mistakes being important. And so it's all about driving that student agency, that feeling of ownership when they are agentive and they have a growth mindset. And I think this is the thing for us in FE. This is what we're driving towards, is driving that agency and driving that growth mindset. And that agency is expressed when they make active choices. So thinking back to those choice boards that I showed before, those multimedia text sets, or those Google Forms that give them choice of do they want another video, putting the learning and the ownership of the learning in their hands, looking at Matt's website, looking at the difficulty, going from a 1-star to a 2-star, putting that in their hands. So a little reminder again, just of the forms that I use. I give them a form, they click on the self-marking activity, and then they indicate how many they got correct for me. And then if they're not sure and they want the video, that video is built into the form. So they've just got one learning journey going through the lesson. And that's built using go-to section based on answer, or branching logic if you're in Microsoft Forms. If you're giving this answer, what do I want to give you next? So if you give me this answer, if you say you're struggling, what am I going to direct you to? If you say you're okay, what am I going to direct you to? Thinking about freeing up that teacher time to have those meaningful conversations, the time lost in handing out worksheets, and we're very precious about paper now as well. How do we put the value back of the teacher in addressing those misconceptions? Another thing that I like to do is ask my students to describe things. So I wrote the directions and describe a translation, and then a student's cut and paste what it means to them. They've gone and researched this topic. And all this is a presentation deck. I've put the direction in, describe the translation, and then I've sent it to them either on Teams or I've sent it to them on Google Classroom, and then they've come back with their answers. This one I asked, and then the next stage was to research translation examples for GCSE, and then describe the stages, and then they're starting to put it in their own words now, so they're starting to apply it in a different context as well. This one is also a presentation, so this is part of my functional skills presentation that my students have. This is a clock in a school, and it's one of those time questions, and all I've done here is take a picture of the question and set it as the background on the slide presentation. And the reason I've done that is that it's locked then in place. I think often when we put images in and they move about, students lose what they were trying to do. If we lock things in place, they can write on top of it, they can put a picture up, they can add text. Changing the background is a really key feature. So this is a further example of the steps that I was giving to my student. And you can see this time then I've asked them to practice after they've described the translations. And then I've added my comment. My comment there, could you express this in column vectors? And I'm giving them that next steps. So I've created the lesson in a slide deck. I've asked them to research. I've asked them to apply to a new concept. And then I've checked with a question at the end of where we're at as well. And I've given feedback. Because effective feedback helps students accurately judge where they are in their learning. So how do we build that feedback in? So I mentioned before about self-marking. First stage of feedback is, did I get it right or wrong? And then the actual meaningful feedback of, what do I need to do next? If we use self-marking activities like Matt's brilliant website of the question generator as well, if we use activities and students can see if they've got it right or wrong, like the study math things or the maths kitchen that I showed you. If we use those, then we can have those meaningful conversations for feedback for our students instead and enhance their learning. And so the key point of all of this is the theme of everything that I put through in the EdTech section is give them choice, give them spaces to collaborate and communicate, invest and develop with teachers, and give them space to reflect. You know, those cheat sheets examples of just dragging and dropping in a slide deck as well. And over time, they build lots and lots of those. Wouldn't that be nice if they got to their exam and they had a bank of those cheat sheets that they could use? I think that would be a really powerful resource for students to take forward with them. So it has been a long 4 hours. Thank you very much for those of you that have been with me. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you to everyone who's contributed, be it in the chat, be it presenting. Just amazing. Overwhelmed. And I hope you've really enjoyed it. We want to put functional skills, maths and English on the map. We want to amplify the work of FE, and we hope that you will connect with us afterwards. The hashtag is FEConnect, and I'd love to hear your comments, and thank you very much for joining us today.